Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. How's it going out there?
We're excited to be with you. This is the last day of Fall Festival, so day 4.
Day 4.
Kind of coming to a close here, but it's been a super fun journey that we've been able to go through and to see all the comments from you guys, and even on our end to be able to see some of our ambassadors share some of their stories. So I'm curious from you guys, yes, please let us know where you're joining from. I know we said good morning, some other people in the comments, maybe it's afternoon your time, right? Or even getting close to the evening time. But we have Renee, Greta, there you go, from East Texas, covering all the bases.
But also for new people that never met me, I'm Justice, and I'm the Director of Marketing here, and this is...
And I'm Laurel Daniels. I'm an account executive here at Grace Company.
Yeah, and we're so happy to be with you. And funny story, I don't know if everyone knows this, we're actually married.
Yeah.
And it's been really fun. We actually met here at Grace and got to share some of that. If you saw the when Carla gave the little rebel, she did a quilt for me and she gave it. That was really cool. We got to receive that with LJ. It was just really fun, and it's kind of fun getting to be able to work here with my wife, so it's really fun. Good morning, Janna, Martin Management Group. Hello from Napa. And I know we got people from the States and all over. Yesterday we saw someone from Ecuador. I think Amy, that might have been her too. Quito, Ecuador. I don't quite know how to pronounce that, but good morning.
Yes, yeah, from all over. Yesterday.
Quito.
Yeah, we had a few people yesterday as well joining us from Canada. So it is really fun. Again, yes, please let us know where you're joining from. It's super fun for us to be able to see where you guys are all from.
Yeah. And
Becky, super close. Oh, yeah, Amy from Ecuador.
That's awesome. And maybe as you're letting us know where you're joining us from, tell us why you're excited. Is it the festival? Is there a certain one you're ready to watch? Is there one that you loved watching of a segment that's bringing you back? And we'd love to just see that. Hi, Janice.
Welcome, everybody. We have Janine from North Carolina. And yeah, I'd be curious to hear from you guys because this is kind of the final day. So we do have some wonderful videos that we're going to show you throughout today. But if you've been joining with us, what's been maybe one of the favorite projects you've seen, but really more than anything, what are you kind of inspired to go do, right? What project are you excited to go get started on? Because I know from some of them yesterday and watching the denim one, everyone's like, yes, I can't wait, you know. They're excited to be able to see all the different ways it can really be utilized, whether it's clothing piece, some of it was blankets, and really just, you know, all that can be done with that. So again, let us know what you guys are excited to do and what projects.
That's awesome. Excited for the trucker hat. I see that we have people wanting to see the quilt entries and all that.
That's a fun one.
And it's really fun because this year's theme is a celebration of quilting and fashion. And LJ's kind of showing that off right now. I know you got a special jacket at a show you were at a little while ago. Do you want to tell people about that?
Yeah, so it's kind of just going on with the theme of it. And I've gone to a lot of different quilt shows, so I've seen some really unique pieces as far as that goes and quilted pieces of it. But at a show most recently, it was in California, so Long Beach. And I'd seen them before, so it was my second time at the show, and I loved it. You know, I was like, that's awesome. I love that it was a little longer. It is reversible as well. So there is another side to it that's got pockets on it too. So I loved that part of it. And so I was sold with it. I believe it's Meredith Strauss is who the one, or the company I should say I got it from. But yeah, super fun. And it kind of inspired me to get it. And I know even here at Grace Company, walking around, everybody's like, I gotta go make a jacket now, you know? So fun to see.
That's awesome. I personally love it. I think it looks really good on you. But it's not just about the actual clothing that's quilted. It's about what you're doing with clothing in your quilts too, maybe. So I know there's been a lot of projects where we see that. And even Carla's episode, right? She had different clothing, shirts, pants. She turned into a quilt. So it's really cool to be able to have that and see that going along. And as we get in and go through that, hopefully you're inspired by other segments that we're doing that can help you do it. I know in the comments we see some people collecting denim. They're collecting and saving that up because they're becoming inspired, and that's awesome to see.
Yeah, I love it. And then I do want to try, I think it was cute. It says, I appreciate the demo sessions as it gives me such wonderful ideas to try. Love the quilted jackets. I do think the demos is a huge part of it because you're like, hey, I love it, but how do I get started on it? You know, so to be able to actually see that is a wonderful thing.
Yeah, I think it's awesome too, Janet Knapp. How can it get better than marriage and the Grace Company? Congratulations. We appreciate it, and we do love it, being able to drive in, work. And, you know, for me, quilting is something that's new to me in the past 3 years as I've started working here and been growing. But I love the love that's in quilting itself, the giving and all that's there. And we actually are trying to help with that. And we have a charity the Loose Ends charity. And we're actually asking people, if they feel so inclined, go visit their page. I know maybe we could pull up a graphic that would show you. Yeah, go donate to looseensprojects.org. And what they are is, maybe we could share a little bit about, they go and they help people finish projects that are around. And it's not just people who have passed on or lost loved ones.
Right.
It's people that really need it, that are maybe going through a physical ailment that's keeping them from finishing that, or just need help. And so they're really great. Hopefully you've heard about them. We've been talking about them a lot. But I love what they're doing and really support what's going on over there.
Yes, I do think it's kind of neat to mention as well, as it's not just necessarily quilting or anything specific. It's a huge range of things. So whether it is from crocheting to knitting, you know, to the actual quilting side of it, they do all of it. So it is kind of any projects, please take a look, donate. And then I do know they also are always taking people on, I should say, to help finish those projects as well.
And I do appreciate Susanna. She's over there watching without audio, so hopefully we're engaging enough that you are able to enjoy this. And we appreciate you tuning in on the go, which is really cool, because we could highlight all the ways you can tune in to us. Right now, you might be on YouTube. There's also the events platform, and there's our Facebook. So don't forget to go over there, check us out, and stay in touch on the go through all our social platforms.
Yes, and then just a reminder as well is that if this is maybe your first day and you're just joining us for the first time, we do have these videos available for you to go back through and watch again. And even for those part twos that we maybe didn't show in this, it is exclusive on our Etched platform. So wonderful thing to be able to go check out. Again, you can go back through, re-watch us, maybe be able to get audio the second time.
Right.
Again, maybe see that part two as well with some of that.
And sharing a little bit more about Etched and what's so awesome there is it's a platform just for quilting content. It's really amazing. You go over there right now, there's tons of demos and there's tons of projects. And like you mentioned, the exclusive content from ambassadors that we asked to join us in that cause of sharing the love with video projects and what hopefully you're enjoying as a quilter being able to see. And we would love to hear your feedback. Just check it out. Let us know what you know. But with all that, all these projects, we have to have something to do them with, a machine or the right product. And, you know, thankfully y'all are here knowing that Grace Company makes some great products, and we have some amazing deals and specials that maybe we could dive into and share with you, and hopefully you can get to see some of that.
Yeah, so first thing we have is our Quilter's Creative Touch, or QCT. Now this one is amazing. It is 30% off. Now 30% off is like far and away the biggest discount I've really seen with this software. And so then even the newest tier that we have, you can see there, the QCT6, so what is on sale for about that $2,500 mark. It's a really wonderful base level for you to be able to step into what this is. Really, again, anyone to be able to get into that. But of course, we do have the 6 Plus and Pro, and then the gold card you can get with it. But again, amazing that it's that 30% off.
Yeah. And we got these awesome frames, right? So we got great sturdy frames at an entry level. And what you're looking at here is our Q-Zone hoop frame and our Q-Zone queen frame. And the difference is that rolling rail, right? And we see right now, typically the rolling rail is quite a bit more than just a standard hoop. And that just comes with size constraints. But there's only a $200 price difference. So you can get a standalone hoop frame for $889, or you can upgrade into that 8-foot rolling frame for $1,089 right now. So it's a really great deal. And we got that more premium line that you can talk about.
So this is our Quilter's Evolution frame. Really, we have a hoop version, so meant for those that don't have a whole ton of space but are doing a huge variety in sizes of quilts. And then we also have the larger rolling rail frame. Now this is a wonderful system. It is a bit more sturdy and has some key elements to it that really helps it stand out, not really only within our line of products, but within the whole industry. So where the ratchets are actually metal, the ratchet stops are metal, the rails are a little bit thicker. The front rail is also kind of a flower shape, so it helps just keep some tension on your quilt a bit more, and very unique that you can also really step into the larger frame with just a simple 2 or 3 foot extension as well.
That upgrade path, even from the hoop, right?
Right.
So that's really cool. And if you're getting way more portable than that, I'm sure you've seen the groups out there, thousands of people following it, loving it. But our Cutie tabletop fabric frame, it's absolutely amazing, super portable and easy. You can use it on most flat surfaces that will fit the footprint of this frame. And right now that's going for a really good deal, only $579, and normally it retails there at $1,300. So it's been really great. This is a frame that I also was fortunate enough when I came into the company, got to do a little bit of quilting on for the first time, and it glides so smooth, and it's just awesome because most machines fit on there. You can even put one of our machines on there as well. So it's great versatility, and we really love that little frame.
Yes, absolutely wonderful. Then we also have 20% off all of our unique rear handles. Now this is amazing just because the rear handles can be definitely an additional cost. So people sometimes feel like they're not able to step into what that is because of that. So to be able to have it at 20% off, this is the perfect time to be able to get it. And again, it really is allowing you to be able to work from the back of your machine and meant kind of for when doing pantograph work. So you still have full control of your machine just from the back of it.
Yeah, that's awesome. And just real fast, Brenda Johnstone, love, love, love my Evolution Elite. Can't wait until fall. Chores are caught up and I can play. That's awesome. Yes. And that's really what we're hoping to hear. We love that people love the products. But you know, every great frame needs a great machine. And we have a few of those. Starting with our unique 16X series. And you've got quite an array there. You can go all the way from a manual up to our Elite, you know, where you start stepping into stitch regulation, but the pricing there, and you can see the discount, you know, the manual being normally at $4,400, well, $4,500, now for only $3,500, all the way up to $5,000 for that Elite machine. And what you're getting there is the regulation ability as you go up, and a bigger screen, ease of convenience, and a little bit of a speed increase. So it's a really great product, love that one.
Yes, and then we have our 19-inch series and our 21-inch series. Now these are beautiful machines. This is when you're looking to step into maybe a little bit larger of a throat space. But again, we do still have some wonderful pricing available for you. I do know Linda in the comments says, I love my 19X Elite and I love the rear handles. It gives me more quilting ideas. So awesome. Truly wonderful things. There is a lot of different options out there for you, whether, hey, what frame do I have based on the space, based on budget, all the way down to what machine is going to work best for you.
I think it's so neat she references quilting ideas, right? Because like it's amazing what you can do with a few more inches of space or with more capability and a different, quite literal perspective, whether you're front or rear quilting. So that's awesome. Thank you for sharing that with us. And we got amazing special on our TrueCut cutting system. This is a really special system with some of what's going on there. And if you're familiar with it, you know we have a patented design that helps with our cutters keep them in a track and guide system on our rulers. But right now, it's 20% off all those amazing products from our True Grip so you don't slip, to our sharpeners so you can reuse those expensive blades, and different cutting tools like that circle cutter there that allows you to do pretty close to perfect circles on your quilts. And I know there's a lot of great projects there.
Yes, absolutely. Then kind of jumping in, if you guys do follow us, our Little Rebel. So the first tier we have is just a Little Rebellion. Now this comes with the Little Rebel and then the limited edition My Comfort Cutter that's the navy blue. So it matches the color of the machine. I personally love that. It's fun first off to be able to get something that's kind of unique to only if you get the machine, but then to be able to have it match it. So that's what sits at about $2,500, and then we do actually have it where you can add on QCT6. Now that's what we talked on just a little bit earlier. Again, very simple model, but a great step into what automated quilting is. It gives you a way to do, you know, edge-to-edge quilting one row at a time. So with that, adding it onto that first tier, it's $4,309. And then next you can step into what we call shaking up the system. Now I do love the top tier. I think this is probably one of my favorites though, just because I am a merch person, you know, and I love to be able to have all that. I also love tiny things, so the stickers are also a super fun thing to be able to have with it. So for this bundle, it sits at $2,750. Then of course you can add the QCT6 onto that as well. Adding that onto it, it brings the price to $4,560. And then we do have that top tier. This is full on anarchy. So this is where it includes that machine, the merch bundle, as well as a frame. And so this is where you can get it all for only $3,189. So you can step into a full system for under $4,000. And then you can also, if you're interested, add the QCT6. And again, that's that base model for you to get into automated quilting and brings it to about $5,000.
That's a really awesome bundle. Really special. And I just want to shout out Evelyn. Thank you for making it today. We're so sad to see that you missed it yesterday. But we love having everyone coming in, sharing their experiences. And thank you for sharing about that. Another little tidbit on the Little Rebel is those pre-order specials you're seeing are just that. They're specials. And they're coming to an end November 5th as we get really close to starting to ship all of these Little Rebels.
And so maybe that's something we can highlight as well. If you originally, we were going to have the pre-order date and I believe kind of end of October. So we have extended it until November 5th. So if you're thinking, hey, you know, I don't know, we have extended it to give you a little bit more time, but still absolutely step into it now, because I can say, even for the ones that we kind of have on order, since we do have wonderful pre-orders already on order, we are going to ship them out in the order we received them in. So step into it now, so you can be one of the first people to be able to get it.
That line's getting pretty long too.
Yes,
so
it is.
Make sure you get on there and we're able to get it out to you as quick as possible.
Yes.
But I love seeing all those deals. And I know we actually have a special bundle builder that we've created that I'd love to show y'all right now. It's been really cool because, as you've seen, these are amazing deals. And as we come into the holiday season, we really wanted to give the ability to give more to others and for you to know what's the best value when you're looking at that. And so as you see, a lot of these are bundle-based value. Because we know people have dream systems they want. We know people are trying to do a variety of things. So if you head over to graceframe.com, there's a couple ways you can find this bundle builder tool. Up in the shop there, when you hover over the tab, you'll see a drop down that says bundle builder, and it'll take you right to this page. And so if you're curious, we have a few things here. You can select from 3 machines at the top row there. And then on your left-hand side, you can see that you can swap between a few different frames. And so this is going to allow you to find your best combination for price point, for savings to maximize it, and what actually fits your dream result. And we love it because look at some of those numbers on there. Save over $5,000, save over $4,000, save over $3,500 on amazing systems that can be in your home today. And so really, no need to wait, and hopefully they provide that right value for you. And you know, a few ideas, gifts for yourself or others. And obviously those are huge bundle systems. There's other products that these go into. But yeah, we're so excited to be able to share those with you.
Yes, and I do want to remind everybody, because we do have some amazing deals and some wonderful coupons that are out there, that if a deal does seem too good to be true, or if you have questions on anything, please reach out to us. We want to just have everyone be safe as we do finish out this day 4 of Fall Festival. So please keep an eye out for scammers. Double check if you receive an email, right? Double check the actual email address. Of course, if you have questions, please give us a call. We'd be more than happy to look into it with you. And then I do know for everybody that is joining us, there has been a couple of different questions. So we do have people in the chat trying to help answer them. However, if we aren't able to answer your question, give us a call, right? Chat with us on our website. That way we can help answer any questions you may have.
Absolutely. And along with that, we just love hearing from you in general. So, you know, as you're in the comments, as you're anywhere looking for Grace, don't be afraid to talk to us. That can also be through reviews. If you're on our website and you have one of our amazing products, go ahead and leave a review on there. Tell us what you thought about it. Share that with others, because we really want to share the love of quilting with everyone and help people enjoy these events and see what's going on. And we want to hear from you and see your faces and hear your stories. And that reminds me of something we haven't talked about. On our website, we do have an HBQ yearbook where quilters can come and share their stories with us, and they can talk about what they've done through the ages. And so you're able, as we're seeing there on the screen, you're able to go down and you're able to read stories, or you can even share stories. And that's kind of our next topic, is I want to share one of these with you and encourage you, if you're inspired by this or anything, please go do that for yourself, because we love it and there's lots of them there to read. And so this one is from Joni in Powder Springs, Georgia. And it says, after 40 years of marriage, we were able to relocate to be near my mother. She had spent a lot of time quilting that I knew very little about. Unfortunately, she passed away a few years after we moved there. I became the keeper of her stash. We know how sacred those are. And it was the beginning of my journey into quilting. That's awesome. We soon moved to our current home, and in unpacking, I found lots of blocks, which I assumed Mom had been making. So I took them to the local quilt shop and asked for suggestions on what to do with them. Thus, my quilting years started. When I'm sewing and quilting, I feel so very close to my mother. And nothing I do comes even close to the feeling that she is right there with me. That's special. I absolutely love quilting and have struggled with completing quilts on my domestic machine. I fell in love with the cutie when I first learned about it, but it has just been a dream until recently. The huge discount on it this month has resulted in my husband telling me to go ahead and order one for my birthday, our 52nd anniversary, and Christmas. Yeah, now I can actually move forward on completing the tops, flimsies I have stacked up to do. And that's awesome to hear a story of not just an amazing product, but how it connects you with the loved ones that you have in your life. And really why I think most quilters are doing what they do, and really what grounds us here at Grace and what that is. And yeah, I agree with you, Karen. It's just amazing to hear stories like that.
I know, and it is neat because I do think Justice hit it right on the head that the reason people really do it is because they love to give and to create for others. So to be able to do that's a wonderful story. And again, please share your story with us. We do love to hear it. And honestly, you know, that's one of the, I think other people love to hear as well, right? They're like, yes, tell me your story. And sometimes that gives them inspiration as well to keep going. So.
Well, and I know too, like something we didn't highlight yesterday, but really, you know, in line with that is, it's a learning process getting into quilting, and it takes many years. We have an amazing education staff here at Grace Company. We have an amazing support team of people ready to support you, answer questions, and we offer in-person classes that you can reach out to us. There's actually under our events tab online. You can go and check that out. And so we're just really happy to be able to offer such a wide variety of things that we can do.
Yes, and in line with that as well, we do also have a ton of different dealers, not just within the United States, but internationally as well. So I would highly encourage you guys, our dealers do offer our same promotions, and sometimes they might be even a little bit more local than us. You know, we talk about we're in Utah, so if you're in Florida, you know, not super close, but we do have different dealers all over. So please go check it out. You can see there, you can put your postal code in so you can find the closest dealer to you and have a ton all over. So check it out, reach out to them. Some dealers do have floors available where you can actually go and potentially test out that product. But again, reach out to them and they are wonderful support as well to be able to have a little bit closer to you.
And there's a wide network, so you probably have one near you that you can go and get that direct support from.
Absolutely.
Now, I know we love doing giveaways here, and you probably love receiving those. Maybe we should do a giveaway.
I think we should do a giveaway. I think we should do a bingo ball giveaway. So this one is going to be for everybody who is live with us now. So we'll ask you a question, and then we'll give everyone a few minutes to actually input the answer into it, and then we'll choose 3 different winners. We're going to roll the ball, you know, every time, so every person will get a different prize, and then. Biggest thing to keep in mind is you need to reach out to us. So it's allegra@graceframe.com, because that's how we'll take your, you know, we'll take note that you were a person that won, but you need to reach out to us so that we can look at getting you your contact information so we can get the prize out to you. So please note that down. We'll put it back up again. But Justice, what question do you think we should ask them?
That's always the hardest one, but I think we should ask them, when do Little Rebel pre-orders end?
It's a good question. Just shared it in this segment a little earlier. I think if you guys have been keeping an eye on us as well, we shared it in the morning segment yesterday, and I think they talked on it towards the end of yesterday as well. So a few different places, people are getting it in.
All over already, lots of comments. Some people with the range, some people with the exact date.
Yes, and I'll tell you, this one for me personally is super easy to remember because it actually is going to end on my birthday. Yeah. So, not that I guess I've said that, but
you'll be in Houston for your birthday, huh?
Yes, I will be. Yes, yeah, you guys will have to come check us out there as well. We're super excited for that. It's always kind of a fun adventure for Grace Company because it is a huge show, so we send a lot of people to it. But
and maybe we could quite literally get the ball rolling and find out what we're going to choose as a giveaway.
Okay. So let's do the triangle ruler bundle.
That's really awesome.
This is wonderful. So this comes with 3 different rulers you can see there. So wow, that's amazing. And it looks like we're going to throw in some True Grips as well for you. True Grips can make a huge difference for what that is. But let's go ahead and do a drum roll for this giveaway. Linda, congratulations.
And now that's Linda over on YouTube, so I believe we're going to roll again.
Yes.
And give away one for Facebook and one for our events page. So we're going to keep that going. And let's see.
Blue.
Oh, it's a blue one now.
What do you think it's going to be, Justice?
I think we should give away, and personally it's because I love it, the 45 millimeter straight cut.
Love it.
I like the size of it. how it cuts through a lot of fabric. And
Yes.
personally, I love demoing this one down at Houston. This is
Oh,
my
yeah.
favorite thing
Well,
to
then
demo, maybe.
this one as well, it has a magnet in it. So actually when you look to, go ahead and change your blade, there's a magnet that you can actually just hover the cutter right over and it will pull the blade up to it. That way there's less handling you have to do when you have or are changing out to a sharp blade. But let's go ahead and do a drum roll for this giveaway. November.
Congratulations over on Facebook.
Yes, and so yes, everyone, again, it is November 5th, but let's go ahead and roll it one more time. Again, this will be our last winner for this.
On the events page.
Yes. Oh, it's green.
green.
So let's do, it's going to be our 4-pack of solid thread. Now, this is a great one because we call them really the perfect project size spool of threads. So a lot of thread you'll see out there often is a lot of yardage on it. This one I believe is 1,500.
It is.
So this way it allows you to finish your project without having a ton left over that's really just going to sit there. And then with this solid pack, it gives you some of those wonderful neutral colors to kind of be able to always have on hand.
I think that's amazing. I really love those. And should we do one more or should we do our daily giveaway? All
well,
right.
let's go ahead. First, let's do a drum roll for this so we can announce who's the winner of this.
Too excited. I'm so sorry. Let's give this one away to Peggy. Congratulations on winning that 4-pack. And don't forget to reach out to us, Allegra at graceframe.com, and we'll get you hooked up with that. But now it's your turn to choose another question.
Yes, so please note it down there again, just in case, because you might be the winner of this next one. So let's see. A good question to ask.
This is the hardest part of this job, by the way, is choosing a question for a giveaway.
It is. It is. It really is sometimes. But let's see. How about we do... what is the name of our charity event? Now, this is one that we've pulled from a segment or our spring fling, but this time, what is the name of them? So super simple. Again, we kind of talked about it a little bit earlier, but the name of the charity that we have for this one.
Very fun. Very awesome to see who and what they're helping. And wow, it's a popular one. There's a lot of people already commenting on that.
You know, sometimes I think I'm like, this is going to be a trick question. No, people get it right off the bat. But that's good to see. That's awesome. Everyone's joining, staying with us.
That's so cool to see all the people joining in, loving it, having fun and engaging. And hopefully y'all enjoy engaging on these two to win a little prize and find out what that is. And we're excited to see what else comes about there. And don't forget looseinprojects.org. Oh, I just ruined it, huh? We hadn't told them the right answer.
We hadn't told them yet.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Everybody.
You're joining now. Put the comment in quick.
You might win, but I haven't seen anyone get it wrong. Y'all tricked me.
Yes, there you go. But let's go ahead. I'm going to roll this for our first prize, what it's going to be. So it's blue. So let's do our square ruler bundle. So this is a set of 3. The sizes vary from 6.5 by 6.5 all the way up to 12.5 by 12.5. The middle size being the 9.5 by 9.5. And then to make sure those rulers don't slip on you, we're going to throw in a pack of True Grips. But wonderful set, yes. And then just a reminder as well, for those of you, if you aren't a winner, we do have amazing specials, specifically on TrueCut, where all items are 20% off.
That's really awesome.
So if you're not a winner, you still absolutely can step into what this system is. But let's go ahead and do a drum roll for this.
Woo! Lori. Congratulations on winning that square ruler bundle and True Grips.
Congratulations.
Reach out to us so we can claim that. And let's see
what
we're giving away next.
Oh, white.
Well, that popped out quick. So on the white,
it is our rectangle ruler bundle.
Only one option for us to give away there, and that's our rectangle system that takes you all the way from you have your 3x18, your 6.5 by 24.5. You're working on throwing the True Grips. And then the last size that we offer there is that
6.5 by 24.5. So the largest size, or is it the 6.5 by 12.5?
Yes, that's the one I meant to say.
There you go. So kind of the middle size, but wonderful. Let's go ahead and do a drum roll for this giveaway.
Cindy, congratulations, and we'll spin one more time.
Last one. It's green. Let's go ahead and do the triangle ruler bundle. You know, we're giving away bundles.
Just TrueCut on TrueCut. That's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
And we're seeing the ruler bundle there again that comes with those True Grips so you don't slip, cut at all your great angles. And can we do a roll on that one? Heather, there you go. Congratulations on that. And we actually do, well, don't forget to contact
one more reminder,
us again.
Like reach out to us and then give Allegra a little bit of time. Usually is very quick at being able to get back to people, but again, please reach out so we can give that away to you. And then yes, last little thing, because we love giveaways, is we do have our daily giveaway prize. So for this one, it is a 4-pack of our variegated thread and then our quilters combo. So it's actually some thread and some of our cutting products. So wonderful
Amazing
bundle.
system, and that's going to a predetermined winner who we've already got, and we'll pull up here in a second.
Yes.
But with that,
oh, no, let's go ahead.
Sherry. Congratulations. It's an amazing TrueCut system. Lots of great thread there. And we really hope you enjoy this next segment with Janna and Allegra on our Grace Elite machines.
Yes, thank
Have
you
a
so much
wonderful
for
day, and
joining
thank you
us.
for joining us.
And I'm Allegra Erznosnik.
We're here with the Grace Company. We're going to be talking about our fantastic X Elite machines that are our unique quilting machines. So Allegra, I am so excited to talk about all these fantastic features that we have with our X Elite machines.
I am also so excited. So let's start off. We're going to go through some of their general features that they have. All of the Qnique machines, they have 4 built-in stitch modes with built-in stitch regulation. They also have an overspeed warning and the edge warning. They're easy to use, they're a great price. They have the pad printing on the buttons, so you know exactly what you're doing on the handles.
Exactly.
They have adjustable handles as well with bobbin winders and built-in measuring tools.
So all those things are fantastic for our Qnique machines, but let's talk about specifically the X Elite machines. So my favorite thing on the X Elite is the 7.5-inch touchscreen. And because you have that 7.5-inch touchscreen, you get some fantastic new technology with that touchscreen as well. So we're going to go over just a little bit about what that technology is.
Great, I'd love to. So these are the 4 stitch modes that we have: precise, cruise, manual, and based. I love all those options. They also have built-in help guides at the top. You're gonna go help, I need some help. Preparing to quilt, quilting, maintenance, troubleshooting, using the touchscreen. Anything you could normally find in your manual, you can find built into the 7.5-inch display at the tip of your fingers, which I think is great, because who likes to pull out their manual all the time?
Exactly, and the way of the world is touchscreen.
Exactly.
So you don't have to figure out, okay, which button am I pushing? I can just do that on the touchscreen right away.
Yeah. So there's a couple more things in here as well. There's what's called the toolbox. This will give you your measuring tool, your calculator, your bobbin estimator, your edge warning, and your project life.
So tell me a little bit more about that bobbin estimator.
I love the bobbin estimator. I love setting them up when we go to shows. So if we're gonna click on the bobbin estimator, it's gonna ask us to select a bobbin. We don't have one, so we are just gonna add one, and let's say we're using pink thread, because that's the color of the bobbin on the machine.
And you can name it whatever you're wanting to name. It's not limited by color or character sizes.
Yeah, and I know that our pre-wound bobbins typically have about 80 yards on them, so I'm gonna bump this up to 80 yards. We're gonna hit reset, we're gonna make sure it's on, and then we're ready to go. And now you can see the bobbin is green on the screen. That tells you you have enough, and when you're running out, it'll turn red.
And it will actually do a little color in between. So it's like orange as you're starting to get close to the end, and then red. Now it doesn't tell you when it runs out for sure. So you gotta always check. If it says red, make sure you're changing your bobbin.
Just, you know, get ahead of the game. That's why it's there.
One of the other things I love about it is that edge warning on that toolbox.
Yes,
That's
I love
fantastic.
the edge warning.
This is a new technology that we've had not only in our X Elite machines, it's on some of our X machines. It's also in our Sure Stitch Elite. So you have this wonderful, fantastic technology that warns you if you're getting too close. I don't know if you're like me, I get into the zone, and then before I know it, where I don't want to quilt, I'm quilting.
Exactly, or maybe you're practicing on a block. I'm like, I can do this whole block, and I can't. So it's great. So this is the edge warning. You can have it off. You can have it warn you a 1/2 inch away or a whole inch away from your safe zone. Super easy. You'll just slide the machine to the top left, hit set, slide it to the bottom right, hit set, and now you've got your edge warning set.
And the thing I love about it is you can set it for 1 inch or 1/2 inch. So it doesn't matter which one you're doing, and then it'll just start beeping and flashing. But if that beeping's too much for you, or the flashing is too much, you can always turn those off or turn them down so that you're just having the thing that's helpful, a tool for you to use, not to annoy you.
Yeah, and you know, with the ability to turn off the beeping and the sound, you have a whole bunch of other options in the settings as well. You have your screen brightness, your needle area brightness. I think that's fun. Needle up and down, you can change that to a single stitch or just up and down. We've got the overspeed sound, the overspeed light, edge warning sound, edge warning light. You can even have it in a click sound, and you can change your units from inches to centimeters.
Wow, there's so many wonderful things that you can do in this whole system. The other thing that I really like about it too is that the light down by your needle, you can make it brighter or dim it depending on which is most helpful for you.
Yeah, so fun. I think the measuring tool is one of my favorites because it makes it so easy. You just have it there, you move it over, and it'll calculate how far you've moved it.
That's fantastic. So now we've talked about these are technology for all the X Elite machines. Now we want to talk about specifically each one. We have a 16X Elite, 19X Elite, and 21X Elite, and what makes them special, each one in their series. So first is our 16X Elite machine. It's got 16 inches of throat space, and it's got this fantastic light going on. Not only do we have the bobbin case light happening, we also have the throat light. As you can see here, the throat lights help give you just that little bit of extra lighting in that area on your quilt. And then when you're trying to change out that bobbin case, you can have that extra bit of light as you're trying to look underneath your quilt, get that all set, you've got that taken care of. Now, the other thing I love about the 16 is it has easy access to the oiling areas. So I'm going to open this up here, and you can see right away I can easily come and oil right here and get that into the right place, and then it just closes right up. Perfectly to use. Now this is specific to the 16X Elite.
I think that's my favorite feature, one of my favorite features, how easy it is to just open that up and get in there.
Yeah, and the 16X Elite fits on all of our current frames. So whether you're going to be using the large Continuum or Evolution Elite frames up to 12 inches, or you're using the Cutie, the 16X Elite will fit on all of those.
All right, so now we're going to talk about our 19X Elite. Here it is right here in the middle of the other two machines. It has 4 stitch modes, it has an adjustable hopping foot, and it has 19 inches of throat space, and I think all of those are so fun and so cool. This one doesn't pop open, but it does have easy access as well to oiling it and maintaining it. Right under here, there's this little tab. You pop that open, and that gives you the access to your maintenance.
One of the things I love about the 19X Elite and all the Elite machines is it has those adjustable handles. So whatever is most comfortable for you.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at those adjustable handles. So here they are. They have bicycle clamps on them. Loosen it up. You can take it out, push it back in, twist it either direction, whatever is most comfortable with you. And once you have it set where you want it, you'll just tighten it back up, and you're good to go.
That's so nice because occasionally I know I'm a shorter person. I need the adjustment of those handles longer away from me. But I also find that sometimes the direction that I'm going, I don't want to quilt this way, and sometimes straight up and down is hard. Now, I saw someone who quilted this way. If you like to quilt this direction, the handles will go that way. The other thing I love about the handles is you don't have to squeeze it really hard to move the machine around. You can easily grab and move the machine with one hand. You don't have to close a fist, so if you're having problems with arthritis, it's not something that you have to worry about trying to go back and forth.
There we go. Look how easy that is. I'm just using one of my fingers to push it front and backwards. Super easy, super light.
But what if it was stitching?
What
Is
if
that
it was
possible
stitching?
to do that while you're
possible,
stitching?
yeah. Let's turn on the stitch mode. Let's go.
So easy to use, up and back, around. It doesn't take a lot of strength to move these machines around.
Exactly.
The other thing I love about the 19, don't tell the other machines, but it's my favorite, is that it's slightly a little bit lighter. As you can see, it's got this wonderful highly carbonate plastic at the top, so it makes it just that little bit of lighter machine for you to move around. And then finally we have the 21X Elite.
Yes, this is the largest machine that we have. 21 inches of throat space. It has that 7-inch display. It has those adjustable handles with the pad printing, the bobbin winder, the adjustable hopping foot. This one does come with something a little bit extra though, and this is called the Magnifique magnifying glass.
I love this. I think this is fantastic, not only because I need that little bit of help looking at the needle and getting it, you know, perfectly threaded, but also it comes off. And I can use that magnifying glass.
And look how easy that comes off. It just pops right out.
That's so easy. And then you use it with a handle. I can use it with my other work at a desk or anything like that. I don't have to just have it on my 21X Elite. But the Magnifique is possible to put on any machine. It comes with the 21X Elite specifically, but you can put it on any of the other Qunique machines and even your domestic machines.
Yeah, I think that's so cool, the versatility that it has. Qunique machines, a handheld device, domestic machines. I think that's so fun.
The other thing I love about the 21X Elite is that it has the most power, right? It's the biggest, it's the baddest, it's your farthest reach. So you're gonna be able doing so much more quilt space or quilting blocks with it and quilting space, but also it's at 2,600 stitches per minute. Now what that means is in your regulation, those 3 stitch modes, precise, cruise, and your basting stitches, you'll have that 26 stitches per minute that you can have even regulated stitching.
Isn't that so fun?
And the difference between the 19, 21, and 16 is that the 21 only fits on our Continuum and Evolution frames. So the 19 and 16 are great, don't give you as much throat space, but they're more versatile with those other frames. But the 21X Elite, it can go only on those larger frames so that when you're getting that big throat space, you've also got that big space for quilting. So we have covered a lot today about the X Elite machines. We've talked about our stitch modes, the fantastic stuff that all the Qunique machines have, but also we've talked about specifically each one. I hope that if you ever have a question about which X Elite machine is perfect for you, give us a call and we'll be able to help work you through which one is going to work out great for you.
Personally, my favorite's the 16X Elite. Don't tell Janna that.
Don't tell the other machines.
Don't tell the other machines, but I love that one.
Thanks for joining us, everybody.
Thanks so much.
We're here at Paula Lundine's house. We're about to do a charity giveaway. She's been going through a lot. She's a super value customer, and we're excited to give her something. So we're gonna take you to the door, and you're gonna give her this with us. All right, you think she's home? I hope so. All right, we've got this awesome 21X Elite. and a Quilter's Evolution frame, 10 foot. It's got the rolling rails. It's going to be super cool. She's getting an upgrade from her current 21 Pro that she has and Continuum frame. So let's see. Hopefully they answer. Hi, is Paula home? How's it going, Paula? We're with the Grace Company, and we've got a little surprise for you. So I don't know if you wanted to come out here and see, but we're actually gifting you a frame and machine. So we know you've been going through a lot recently, but you're a valued customer of ours, and you've been quilting and giving love to the world for so long that we want to give it back. And so we've got you a 21X Elite and a Quilter's Evolution 10-foot frame. And so just thank you for everything, and we're glad, and hopefully it helps with your recovery.
Thank you.
And just keep sharing that love. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I just love my Grace. I just
Awesome.
love it. It's brought me a lot of great joy.
Well,
When I found out about the new frame and machine, I was completely taken by surprise. I had done a lot of research and had been thinking about upgrading from what I had before, but it just wasn't a possibility at the time. And then I had the health issues that I had, and had decided that that was just a dream that I'd have to think about for a while. And when Grace showed up with that, it was really amazing. Such a wonderful thing to do. I've been quilting for most of my life. I started when I was very small, and anytime anyone would get married or have a baby or have an event in their life, we'd all get together and tie them a quilt. So that's when I really got started. I think my grandmother was probably the first one and the biggest inspiration I had. She passed away when I was very young, but I still have memories of her quilting. So I don't know a lot about her because I was so young when she passed away, but I do remember sitting under the quilt when she was quilting and playing with the fabrics and laying on the quilts when they were done. And it just gives me a connection to her that I wouldn't normally have. Right now I quilt with, my children will come and say, hey, could you do something like this? Or we'll go to a fabric store together and they'll find a fabric that they like, and then we look for patterns that they like and create it together. And I do that with my grandchildren too. Up until I retired, I was a summertime quilter because I just didn't have time during the school year to quilt. I would teach all day and grade papers all night, and I just didn't have time for that. But summer was the time that I could sew and rejuvenate myself that way. And I just found that with Grace, they would help me remember what I had forgotten during the off time of sewing, and then help me move one more step along in my journey to learn the skill of working on quilts. And they've been really a wonderful company to work with, and they stand behind their stuff, and I really appreciate that. Now that I have this new upgrade, I'm really excited to expand my skill set and learn how to use more of the features that are in it. There are so many wonderful things that you can do with this new machine, and I'd like to learn how to do that, take some classes and practice and learn to be better at what I'm doing and create some really beautiful pieces. When I was looking at sewing machines, I chose Grace because of several things. First of all, it had a really good reputation. the support that I felt just in doing the research. They were never too busy to answer questions. They were always very kind and helpful when I would go in. If I had any question anytime at all, they were really wonderful about it. They've helped with upgrades that they didn't have to do, but did, just to help me out. Other companies were not that way. It was just about selling the machine, and I didn't feel that with Grace. I felt supported, and I felt like they were really invested in me having a good experience. They were so helpful when I was first looking at machines. People were kind, and they allowed me to try things out, and were very supportive in my inexperience in the machine. They've been supportive all the way through. Just make sure that you do some research, and I would suggest you get the very best you can possibly get. Don't get a lower model just because it's cheaper, because it's quite an investment, but it's well worth the investment. The experience I've had so far using this new machine has been wonderful. It's so much easier to use than anything I've been on before, and it really supports the novice user and someone who's not really experienced, but it makes it a very pleasant, fun experience to have. I follow them all the time, and I follow some different quilting things on social media, but I always come back to Grace if I have questions, and I just like their product. I've never had any trouble with anything, and they've just been wonderful to work with. The reason I started quilting was I needed an outlet for stress relief and a way to be creative, but I felt like I wasn't very artistic, but I could look at fabrics and see how they would go together and complement each other, and I found that was really relaxing for me, and it helped me during stressful times. And I had fun making something out of a flat piece of material. It's just a way of expressing myself and showing interest in other people and in their hobbies and their interests, and creating something that they can wrap up in and keep warm in, or have a picnic on, or sit on and make a bench more comfortable. So it provides that emotional release for me and stress relief when I sew. When I'm trying to decide on colors or designs in the quilts that I do, I try to think of the person that I'm making it for. I look for fabrics that make me think of that person, colors that I know that they like, colors that complement things, and then I try to take all those things and put them together. It depends on who I'm giving it to and what it's for that determines the themes or the colors or the patterns that I use when I quilt. If they live in a certain place and I find fabrics that remind me of that place, then it kind of inspires me to put a quilt together. If they have a hobby that they have that I find a fabric that I think would go with, I'm able to create something that shows that I recognize that that's important in their life, and that I want them to know that I think it's important too. I usually make quilts for people I care about, family and friends and acquaintances that are important or have impacted me, and it's a way to say thank you for something that they've done that's particularly special to me, or a way to let them know how important they are in my life or how they have affected me. Some of the favorite quilts that I've made are, I took my grandfather's ties after he passed away, and I made quilts out of the ties, and I made one for my dad and one for each of my siblings, and so they each have some of Grandpa's ties that he wore when he was here with us. And I have some grandchildren in Alaska, and I made a quilt where the blocks are the little boots that they wear up there, and that was really fun to make. I have also made one out of my mother-in-law's clothes after she passed away, and that was fun. While I'm quilting a quilt, I get excited as I see it come together, and when I take it off the frame, it's really fun to see it when it's laid out. I like to bind the quilts by hand because I think it finishes them a little nicer, and as I take that last stitch on the binding and see that it's all done, I get really excited. There's something about wrapping up and keeping warm in something that's been created especially for you by someone important in your life. And most people, although they don't really understand the time it takes to do a quilt, they do understand that it takes a lot of effort. And there's just something about knowing someone cares enough to do something like that for you. And it's a reminder of that person when they're not around.
You know, just relax, just make sure you enjoy, and it helps you recover.
Sweet.
That's awesome. I love it.
It's great.
How long do you think that takes you to do, just out of curiosity?
The quilting took about 4 hours.
Wow.
And then I always hand bind them. The
Really?
piecing took quite a bit longer.
Wow.
Even
That's
I've
awesome.
used her machine. I made his quilt. For
Really?
him on her machine.
Well, that'll be awesome. And that was the other thing with this. Feel free to give that one to a family member, keep it, whatever you want to do. We don't have to like trade it out or anything. So it's just all new to you.
This is so awesome. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. We're so excited to see what you do with it. And hopefully it does help you recover. Don't push it too much. And
It
make
will.
sure you actually
I
recover.
will
But thank you so much.
definitely up my game.
That'll be very fun. Very cool to see. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Emily and I'm the creator behind Peach and Honey Studio, and I'm super excited to be a part of this fall festival and showing off my latest fall project, which is a pair of quilted sneakers. I've seen these all over Instagram, and ever since I saw them, I knew I wanted to make them. I thought it was such a fun project, something that pushes me a little outside of my element of quilting. And you get a really cool sneaker that you can wear and show off and talk to people about. So let's dive in, and I'll tell you what you need to make your own set of quilted sneakers. You will first off need to buy the sneaker kit. So the sneaker kit will come with 2 soles, 2 inserts, and then it will also come with wax thread and a needle. You will need to have some fabric picked out. So you'll need an exterior fabric and an interior fabric. I am a US size 7 in women's, and I was able to get away with about a half a yard. Obviously that changes depending on the size of the shoes that you're making. They do have kits for children, for men, so you can really go crazy and make whatever size. But the one thing I would recommend is having an idea of what you want to use for your fabric. Cut out the templates and lay it on top of the fabric to make sure you have enough. You will also need batting. You will need a pair of shoelaces, and you will need a eyelet tool, an eyelet punch, and you will also need some grommets. You will definitely need a point turner, a Sharpie, and I highly recommend having a stiletto on hand. This will make your life easier in the long run. And I would also recommend a thimble for when you're doing the hand sewing portion. And you'll also need a lighter or a set of matches to be able to burn your thread once you're done to close it off. And I'll show you exactly what that process looks like. Just be very careful when you're doing that. And then last but not least, you will need to go ahead and print out the templates. So when it comes to getting ready to quilt your fabric that you've selected, you have a couple of different options, and it really depends on how you would want to finish the sides of the sneaker. So option one would be to baste your two fabrics with the batting in between, like how you typically would. Go ahead and quilt that and have that panel ready to cut. The other option is you can just take your top fabric and you will just quilt it on the batting, leaving the backing / inside fabric out of the picture. If you do it this way, you can get a really nice finished edge. So for instance, here is my template. If you decide to quilt the panel all as one piece, so all three sandwiched together, you will either have to decide to serge that top edge, or you can do a bias binding. I don't really want to do either of those for this pair that I'm making, so I'm just going to be quilting the top panel with my batting. And so I'm going to head over to my sewing machine on my domestic and do some quilting. If you have a long arm, you get to pick out some really fun designs. I think I'm just going to do some grid quilting on this because the fabric, there's a lot going on. I want to keep it simple, and just make sure that you keep in mind the scale of your quilting. So if you look at this piece is going to be the side. So just keep this in mind. Like, obviously when you're cutting this out, you can kind of like fussy cut the section that you maybe want to have in there. But when you're thinking about your quilting, you want to make sure it's like a smaller scale quilting design, because you really want to be able to see it on the panels. So like I said, I'm just going to go ahead and do a grid. So I'm going to take this over and I will be back once I get this quilted. The other thing I did want to mention about this project is there's really no great guideline for how much fabric you need, because everyone's shoe size is different. So what I would recommend is opening up your fabric, and I would lay all the pieces out that you plan on cutting out to make, and you can determine how much you actually need to quilt. So let me do that now. So really, I think from what I've seen, everyone calls for a yard. I don't think a yard is totally necessary, but if you really want to get intricate and do maybe some fussy cutting details, I think a yard would give you way more than enough, and it will give you some really cool options for picking out your selection of what you want to actually be cut out for your sneaker panel. So I really think I'm going to be able to get away with a ½ yard of my fabric. So I'm going to go ahead and cut it so I can get it pressed and get it basted and quilted. So I'm going to use my TrueCut rotary cutter. I absolutely am in love with this because I tend to bulk cut a lot of my projects and put them in bins, and I often have experienced some wrist fatigue, and I had no idea why until I actually took a video of myself cutting using my regular rotary cutter, and I saw how I was angling my wrist to get leverage. 100% was the issue that I was having. So this really forces me to hold this ergonomically and not tweak up my wrist to get that pressure. This just naturally gives me the angle that I need. So I really enjoy cutting with this ruler, or cutting with this rotary cutter. So I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna cut my ½ yard and get this iron basted and quilted. Beautiful. Okay, so now that I have my panel quilted, I am taking my templates and I'm going to cut them out. You can see when you print these out, there's different lines. I cut off the top line that would make it a high top, and I'm gonna go with the mid. And I'm just gonna go ahead and punch a hole in the template so I can use my marker to mark these once that time comes, and I'm just using a stiletto to do this process. Once you have your template cut out, you're going to go ahead and tape these two panels together here. I'd probably recommend using Scotch tape, but I'm going to use the washi tape I have. And you should have this little V open down at the bottom. Okay, so I have my templates together. I have my two pieces trimmed down, taped in the center, and I have the tongue. So I really want to do some fussy cutting here, but I think it's going to be a little bit tricky because I'm going to mark on the back side so it's easier to see. So what I'm going to do to kind of cheat the system a little bit so I can get this placed where I want is I'm just going to put a pin through here on each side so I know when I flip this over where I want to place this to get that print centered in the tongue. So I have this one pinned, and then I'll flip that around and trace that out. Okay, perfect. Now that I have this flipped over, I can see exactly where I wanted this to be. And I'm just going to go in here and pin this to this section. And I will come back and eventually trace this, but I want to get this locked in so I can figure out where I'm going to put my next panel for the side. Okay, so I'm going to take my erasable marker here. Honestly, I think you could get away with using just a regular marker to go ahead and trace this. I think even a Sharpie could be good. So I'm just going to outline the tongue, and I think it's important to pin it down so that way this isn't shifting on you as you trace it. So whether you want to use a pattern weight or you can pin it like how I did, I think either would be a good option. Yeah, I think a Sharpie may be a little bit easier to use if you have one readily available. But okay, here is my first tongue. And I'm going to repeat this exact process for the second tongue. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and start pinning this first panel. Try to keep this as flat as possible. Pinning is not my strong suit, so I'm normally not a pinner as a quilter. I've learned to pick my battles with pins, and probably should use them more often than I do, but just not a fan of stabbing myself. Okay, here. Once this is secure, we can go ahead and start tracing this. Okay, so now that I have all of my panels traced out, I'm gonna come in with my scissors and cut these out. You wanna leave at least like 1/2 inch to 1 inch around your line. So I'm gonna get these cut out. Okay, so at this stage you should have your left panel, your right panel. I just marked them on the corners so I wouldn't forget, and then you have your 2 tongues that you cut out. Okay, so now that I have my 4 panels cut out, I have my right side, my left side, and then I have my 2 tongue panels. What I'm going to do is I'm going to do this 1 panel at a time. I will take my left panel, right sides together. Don't worry, my selvage will be cut off once I sew this on. I'm going to sew from this line all the way to this line, stop, back stitching at both beginning and ending, and then I'm going to do the same thing in this little V. So back stitch at the beginning, sew, and then back stitch at the end here. And then I will flip this right side out, and then I can worry about closing this bottom seam up. Okay, so now you can see my panel is sewn on, right sides together. You can kind of see the stitching a little better along this side. So my starting points all the way across the top and my little V at the bottom. So now I have to go through and trim the excess fabric off. I first did the initial set with my ruler, but I felt like doing it with my scissors, which is much easier. So let me grab my scissors and I'll start trimming this. Okay, so I got my serious scissors. I'm gonna come in here, and before I do anything, let me just trim off some of this excess to make my life a little easier. Same thing for here. I just find that this makes it a little easier to trim, but this is totally an optional step. So I will start at this corner here, and like I said, I want about 1/8 of an inch left over, and you really just want such a little amount because you don't want to have a lot of bulk in your seam. Once you flip it right side out. So initially you're thinking like, oh wow, I have this big gap. It's gonna be super easy to flip right side out. It is, but you have to pull this section through the inside of here because we've sewn this back tab, or this back heel part together. So that's why it's really important to make sure you're back tacking and securing your stitch, because you do have to stuff this part through the other side. So let me get this pushed through here, and you can kind of start to pull it through. And so now I'm left with this crazy flappy panel. So I will take my point turner and I will come in here and just make sure everything is pushed out as much as possible. that I have a really nice flat seam at the top. And you can use a regular stiletto, but I feel like it's a little sharp for this. So this wooden one is really, really great. I love it. It doesn't rip through my fabric or tear anything. It lets me push everything out and I don't have to worry about my seam ripping open or anything of that nature. And so I'm gonna now take this over to my ironing board. And the one thing that I really want to pay attention to when I'm ironing is I want to make sure that my seam looks like this, that it doesn't look rolled over, doesn't look rolled over the other way. I want it to be really flat so I can get a really nice crisp seam. Okay, so I have my wool pressing mat, which is my absolute favorite to press on. And I am just going to bring this over here and slowly start to press. So you can see this instantly wants to roll up, which we don't want. So what I will do is I will start ironing my seam line first to really make sure that I'm not getting that weird fold over that top seam. So you can see this is rolling forward just a little bit. I'm just gonna bring it back, get a good press. I would rather have the dark side leaning over versus the light side, because when you look at your panel, you want it to look like this, where you know you're getting that really nice line. Versus if you look at this side that we didn't iron, you can see how this is all folded up. I prefer this look. And I'm going to do the same thing with my quilted panel. I'm going to get this onto my lining, my inner fabric, and I'm going to stitch from here all the way around to here, back stitching at both points, and then flipping this right side out. So once it's all done, this is what it will look like. And you'll have this open seam here at the bottom. Okay, so now that I have my panels complete and I have my tongues complete, I'm going to come back in with my stencil and mark all of the lines where I'm going to punch or sew. I did mark inside which was my left and which was my right. So this is my right side here. And you just want to lay it out and make sure everything is looking good. And I'm going to flip this over and I'm going to start marking my stitch holes, and I really want to line it up to the top as best as I can and then go through and start marking, and then same thing with this side here. So I will start on this side, centering the V as best I can. And I'm gonna come through with a little pink marker. The one thing that I'll say is because my front fabric is so dark, I really don't have to worry about any marks going through. So that's a bonus. But if you are working with a lighter fabric, you just wanna be cautious of marking these dots. You don't want it to bleed through to the other side. So definitely go with the invisible marker, or you can use something that is potentially washable. Okay, the one thing I would recommend is when you have your panels all together, you have everything marked, you're ready to start punching your holes for your shoelaces, I would go around and do a 1/4 inch stay stitching, or whatever you want to call it, on the border, just to kind of strengthen this up, and then you can sew your bottom piece together as well. So you can see I've done that here, and I've also done this on my tongue pieces as well. Once you have that together, so you'll have your 2 side panels, 2 tongues, and we can go ahead and start punching these holes now. Okay, so this is my eyelet tool. It comes with 4 different pieces to fit inside here depending on what you're doing. So if you're punching your hole, your piece that's actually going in should be shaped like this, and then it should be the open spot where this is going to fit in to cut your hole. So if you're using the same one as me, this is going to be uppercase H and lowercase h. And I will go ahead and get these loaded into my eyelet punch. Once this is loaded, I highly recommend taking any scrap fabric that you have to do some test punches. You can see I did my 1 eyelet here, but highly recommend to go in and practice this, because it does take a little bit of effort, and you just really want to be comfortable with the quality of your punch and making sure that you're knowing how hard to press and everything like that. So definitely get some practice in. Okay, so now that I'm ready, I brought my template back over because I did mark my dots, but it's a little hard to tell down here which is going to be a stitch hole and which is actually going to be a shoelace. So I have 5 holes, so I can do the first 5 starting here. And I'm going to go ahead and put the eyelet punch in. So this isn't going to actually make a hole. This is what we're going to use to actually install the eyelets or grommets, whatever you like to call them. Okay, so now that that's secure, I'm gonna go with this brassy color for my eyelets. So I will slide a couple of these out. And I would recommend also doing this as a test for yourself as well on a scrap piece, just to make sure you're really comfortable. So you'll pop it in there, and I like to kind of load it on and then come in with the back piece and slide it. I know this is kind of hard to see. Slide it in. Let me see if I can get a good shot of this. Let me just get this on here. So I have that little metal piece already on there. I'm gonna go ahead and give that a really good press. And so that is what it looks like. So continue doing these for each hole that you punched. Now that you have your panels sewn and you're getting ready to attach these to the soles of the shoes, there are a couple preparation steps that can ease the sewing process. And so what I would recommend is you can either use a stiletto or you can use a seam ripper. The first part is you're going to want to go through and make sure that these stitch holes that are around this bottom of the sneaker are fully punctured through the whole way. So when you're sewing it, you're not having to make that puncture, and this will just make it a lot easier to sew together. These I've all done, so you can see the inner markings here. Previous to this, you couldn't see that. So definitely an important step to give your hands a break while you're hand sewing this. The other flip side to that is you can take your quilted panels and actually do the same thing, and you can just go ahead and poke through on all of those stitch dots that you've made. So I've actually made mine on the inside. It's probably a little bit easier to do it on the outside for when you're actually going through and attaching the sole. You can see where it's going to be lining up. It's going to be pretty hard with the dark fabric that I chose, so I opted to do mine on the inside. So you'll just go through all of your panels and pre-poke that hole, and this will just make your life so much easier when you're going through and doing the actual stitching. So you're going to go in through that marked hole with a little carrot. You're gonna pull this through and you're gonna leave about maybe 3 inches extra inside your sneaker here. Eventually at the end, you will come and trim this and burn it so it stays and doesn't break or doesn't ravel apart. So then you're gonna come back, you're gonna stitch backwards into that next hole. And then just make sure these you have pulled both tight, and then you will come back into the original hole and pull that through, and that helps make your locking stitch, so you can give that a nice gentle tug, and then you will continue down. So in this first section, you're going to have your 2 stitches next to each other, but from all stitches at this point going forward, you're going to skip every other stitch, and I'll show you what I mean by that. This thread loves to go rogue and get tangled on things, so just make sure you have everything out of the way. That's sitting in there nicely. So I'm going to come back into my next hole here, and skipping this, I'm going to continue to move forward. And at this point, you can take out your pin now that we have this in here. Continue pulling this through, and I'm going to move down. So you can see I am leaving a gap. It will be a little bit more visibly noticeable once I pull this through. So let me pull this through. Give this a nice little tug. So I'm going to be skipping this section, basically every other section through the entire sole. because we will come back and stitch that later down the line.
Hello, everybody. I hope you're having a great fall festival so far. My name is Chris, I'm with Rose City Originals, and today I'm going to show you how to make my new quilted trucker hat. So to get started, a few things you'll need to gather up. For the front panel, it is a 10-inch by 10-inch square. You can use a layer cake square, you can use an orphan block, or you can make something special just for your hat. Today I'll be using this piece, which I made from some offcuts from a quilt I recently made. So you'll need your panel, and you'll also need some batting and a backing and get it quilted. We'll be going over that in just a second. For the rest of the outer shell of the hat, you will need a 1/4 yard of fabric or a fat quarter. I'll be using this coordinated ultramarine from Kona. For the lining, you will also need a 1/4 yard of fabric or a fat quarter. I have this fun print that I'll be incorporating. You're also going to need some fusible lightweight interfacing and some fusible extra firm stabilizer. For today, I'm going to be using my Qnique 16X Elite and the Quilter's Creative Touch automation software to quilt out the front panel for my hat. So here I have some just scrap fabric for the backing and then 2 layers of batting all set up ready to go. So now that I have my batting on here, I can baste down my fabric. All right, everything's basted down. Let's get our pattern placed. I'm actually going to use the same pantograph as I used on the quilt that these scraps are from. I do want the pattern fairly dense because it is a small area and I want more than just one flower on it. So I have my height set to just under 2 inches for the motif. These are 1-inch half square triangles. So that will be about 2 rows worth for the height of the flower. Now that our front panel is all quilted, we can go ahead and cut out the front of the hat. Now I prefer to trace my pattern pieces onto the fabric rather than using it as a template. That way I don't accidentally cut my pattern piece. Since this is a little bit busier on the front, I am actually going to trace on the back side of the fabric. That way it's a little easier to see. So also something to consider when picking your back fabric, probably choose something lighter that you can easily trace on. I do want the print part of the half square triangle pointing down towards the hat brim. So this is the top, this is the bottom. I don't have anything to be fussy about, so I am just going to go ahead and trace this in about the center. I am using a friction fine liner pen, but really you could use anything that won't bleed through your fabric, since this is on the back side and won't be visible. Now we do also want to transfer these markings and mark the center of the front. I'll just lift the pattern piece back and transfer those. And now we're ready to cut out. You could cut this out with scissors. I like to use a small 28mm rotary cutter. This is my TrueCut 28mm. I find that the 28mm is a little bit easier to cut curves with because it's a smaller blade. And then just follow the lines. All of the pattern pieces include a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So remember that when cutting. You want to be somewhat accurate, but it's not the end of the world if you are slightly off from the line. It is a fairly forgiving pattern. And the front of the hat is ready. Now onto the fabric that will be the rest of the outside shell of your hat. You'll take your 1/4 yard of fusible interfacing, which should be about 9 inches by 20 inches, and fuse it onto half of your fabric. You can see here I am using yardage. So it is just on this half of the fabric. This half is left uninterfaced. If this was a fat 1/4, the uninterfaced side would simply be right here. It's the same amount of fabric. Now on the interfaced section, what we need is 2 hat sides, 2 hat backs, and 2 straps. The hat straps are a rectangle that measures 1 1/4 by 7.5 inches. So if it's easier, you can just cut out with your rotary cutter. And then on the front side of the hat straps, you will want to mark your placement for your snaps. Because this is a heat erasable pen and I will be ironing these later, I'm going to hold off on that for now. So these I can set aside. Now we can trace out our other pieces. These pieces are directional, so we will need one side with the text facing up and one with the text facing down. The pattern does include a cutting diagram to help you lay out your pieces, so that you can make sure they will all fit onto your material. I had several people testing this pattern for me, and many of them used some upcycled material, such as old corduroy or denim for their hats, and they turned out looking amazing. So you don't have to use quilting cotton. All right, we have a single dot here. We need to transfer that over. And there are markings here, but those are specifically for the lining, so we don't need to transfer them onto this fabric. So there is one. We'll flip this to make another one. Now this pattern is available both in print and digital form. If you are printing your pattern at home, you will want to make sure that you print it at 100%, no scaling, and use the 1 inch test square to make sure that it printed out correctly. Transfer our dots. And those are our 2 hat back pieces from the outer shell fabric. This pattern piece, we have both a single dot and double dots. So make sure those are all marked, as well as this indicator here for where the brim of the hat ends. So we have our dots and our line. So now we'll flip this piece over, trace it again. Let's go ahead and cut these out. This video is sped up just for the sake of time. But take it slow, take your time, and be safe when using a rotary cutter. Now with the remaining outer shell fabric, we need to cut out the top and bottom of our brim. Since there is plenty of material left, we can just put this on a fold and trace. Cutting with our rotary cutter, we don't have to worry about the fabric shifting. If you are cutting with scissors, you'll want to pin or trace individually. All right, all of our outer shell pieces are cut. So now we can move on to the lining. This piece you can see has already been used for another project, but that is fine. I am actually going to, though, flip this. So I'm working from the back side because it's a little bit lighter, easier to see. So from the lining, we will need to cut one front panel and then two of each of the hat side and hat back. Now you could just trace this out, but what I like to do, I'll just kind of gauge how much I need, is fold your fabric and then you can trace your hat front right on the fold. So take your pattern piece and fold it in half, and that will get traced right there. And then our hat front and our hat back. Now you can see there's plenty of fabric left over. So if you have a directional print, you have plenty of space to have these all facing the same direction if you need to. I'm going to transfer those dots. It is not necessary to transfer the brim end marking onto your lining fabric. Now, since this is the lining, we need to copy over this lining opening marking. All right, let's cut those out. Before we forget, let's transfer those markings onto the other side. And there's our hat sides, and now we just have the hat front left to go. Now the last thing that we need to cut out is the ultra firm stabilizer for your hat brim. This is what's going to give it structure, shape, and stability. So I've just cut a piece off. Now this is fusible, so one side is just the material and the other side has little glue dots on it. It doesn't matter which side at this point you're tracing onto, but I have found it's easier to trace onto the non-glue dot side. So we'll trace this out. And now for the stabilizer, I do like to cut this with scissors. Now we are not going to fuse this at this point. So just set that aside along with the brim. Now we're ready to start sewing. And now that everything's cut out, we can create the brim of the hat. So we're going to start by sewing a 1/4 inch seam around the outside edge of the brim. And now we'll take this over to the iron so that we can secure the brim lining. So now we need to fuse this in place. And you want to make sure that the stabilizer is just inside of that stitching line. If you need to make some adjustments and trim the stabilizer, that's fine. Now the instructions for the stabilizer said you shouldn't iron directly onto the stabilizer. So I'm just going to use a scrap of fabric to cover that after I've lined it all up. It does recommend using a damp pressing cloth. I'm just going to use this cloth with a little bit of steam. So we can see that's connected. I'm also going to iron from the other side just to make sure all of that glue is activated. And now we'll need to turn this right side out. You do want to make sure it cools fully because if that glue is still warm, it can peel off. Now that it's cool, and flip it right side out. And that stabilizer helps get really smooth edges. Then I'm going to give it a press from the side of the brim that does not have the stabilizer on it. And now we can take it back over to the sewing machine to do some top stitching. I am going to change out the thread in my machine for this variegated thread that I used to quilt it so that all of my top stitching matches. And this is King of Atlantis by Finesse Threads. So I'm going to keep it fairly simple and only make 3 lines of stitching to hold everything in place. So the first line I'm going to do 1/2 inch from the edge, and then a 1/4 inch in from that, and another 1/4 inch in from that. But you can do as many lines of stitching as you like. There we go. Before we move on to the next step, I also need to do a basting stitch around this raw edge just to keep all of the layers in place when we go to attach our brim. So you'll want to do that about 1/8 of an inch from the edge. And now that the brim is created, we can work on the outer shell of the hat. So we'll start with our front panel, and we need to sew this dart. So you can just fold this in half. We're going to sew 1/4 inch to create that dart. You can clip it in place or pin it if you need. Then we can just finger press the seam open. It's pretty stiff. We just really need it open at the end here. And now we need to attach one of the side panels to the right side. Now when you cut everything out, you marked with those 2 dots. That's to help us make sure that we have the correct side panel. So this is the side panel I need, because when they are right sides together, those 2 dots should match. So we're just going to sew this onto the side. All right, so that's attached. We'll take this over to the iron. We want to press this seam. So we need to press this so that it's a nice crisp seam with the seam allowance bulk facing the side. Now, since this isn't flat, you can't just lay it on your ironing board. So a tailor's ham comes in really handy for this. If you don't have a tailor's ham, you can just use an old rolled up towel to help with those curves. There you go. Now for the back of the hat, we have our 2 back pieces, and we're going to put them right sides together and sew 1/4 inch down the center back seam. Now we need to go press this seam open. I'll go through and finger press it open just to get me started. And then again, using that rolled up towel, and give it a good press with my iron. And now that the seam is pressed open, we need to top stitch about 1/8 of an inch on either side of that seam. And what that will do is secure this on the back side. So my foot, this side is 1/4 inch and this side is 1/8 of an inch. So I will just use that as my guide. Beautiful. And now just like with the hat front, we need to attach a side piece onto the right-hand side here. To connect the back, there's a single dot on the side piece and a single dot on the back piece. So you can align those and ensure you are attaching it to the correct side. And for this seam, we're going to press it towards the back of the hat. So I'm going to go press that. I'll be right back. So now that that's pressed, we need to join both halves together. To get a nice point on the top of your hat, what I like to do is I'll take a straight pin and poke it through on the half that has the back so that it comes out right at the peak of the point, right there. And then take that pin and poke it right into the peak of the point on the front of the hat. And now those are lined up. Now some of this is pretty bulky and it can be somewhat hard to pin through, so using some clips is really going to be beneficial. So while the pin is still in there and it's just holding it in alignment, I'll put a clip on either side. And then I can remove that pin, and this is what will hold it in place while I'm sewing. If you like, you can go ahead and clip every couple inches down the side. And then we're going to sew all the way to connect the 2 halves. It gets really bulky at the center, so just go slow so you don't break a needle. The outer shell is now assembled, but we need to do some top stitching. I do find it easiest to keep it wrong side out, so it's kind of like a big bowl, because my machine does not have a free arm. So now what we are going to do is do another top stitch about 1/8 of an inch from this seam and from this seam. So this is the front of the hat, this is the back of the hat, and all of the seams should be facing towards the back of the hat. As we stitch along, we're going to continue in a straight line when we cross over the center point. So it'll make an X across the top of the hat. There's a good view. So you'll sew this and then sew this. I'll try to keep my hands out of the camera. Again, as you're going over the center, there is a lot of bulk. So just take your time and go slow. There's one. The outer shell of the hat is now complete, and we can move on to the lining. So the lining is made pretty much the same way with a few variations. So we'll start with the front panel. And then on the right-hand side, we are again going to add a side panel, making sure to match up the double dots. And now for this seam, instead of pressing it towards the side piece, we want to press it towards the front panel. Now we're going to take our two back pieces, but this time we're going to leave an opening between those two marks indicated on the pattern. And be sure to backstitch. It will help when we're turning our hat right side out. Now for the lining, we don't need to do any top stitching. So we will just take our remaining side piece and attach the side panel to the right side again. And for this, instead of pressing towards the back, we are pressing towards the side. Now, just like before, we're going to join our two halves, and we want to match up the point of that triangle right there. So we'll do our same trick with the pin to get those aligned, and follow up with the clip on each side, and then just stitch that. All right, and then we're going to press so that all of our seams in the lining are facing towards the front of the hat. Okay, the shell is all sewn and pressed. Now let's make our straps. So we have our two strap pieces. We're going to fold them in half lengthwise and stitch 1/4 inch of each side. Now I am just going to clip the corners here, and that's just going to make it a little bit easier to turn right side out. A little less bulk there, and this is along the fold side. And then we need to turn these right side out. Can be a little tricky to get started. Be sure to poke the corners out. And we'll do that with the other one. And then I'll take these over to the iron and give them a good press. Now that we have all of our components created, we can start assembling. We will start with the outer shell and the brim. To attach the brim, you're going to want to find the center point of both the hat front and the brim. There are markings on the pattern pieces, but if you did not transfer them or they have been ironed away, you can simply fold it in half to find that center point and use a straight pin to mark it. And the center of the brim. Don't worry too much about creasing the brim because we will end up steaming it later to flatten it out. Attaching the brim is probably the hardest part of the whole process. So just take your time and use lots of pins or clips. Now we're going to want to attach the brim with the top side facing the front of the hat. The top side, as you recall, is the side that had the ultra firm stabilizer fused to it. So if you can't tell which is which, you can just see if the fabric has any give to it. You can tell which side has been fused to that ultra firm stabilizer. So this is the top of my brim. This is the underside. I want this touching the front of the hat. We will line up those two pins. The ultra firm stabilizer can be hard to pin through, so I will be using clips. While I have the middle lined up, I will throw on a clip, and then it is easiest to work from the hat side to move it little by little so that the raw edges are lined up with the brim. And like I said, use lots and lots of clips or pins. One of the markings from your pattern piece is this brim end here. And the end of the brim, not including the dog ears, should align with that. If it's not exact and it's off by maybe a 1/16 or an 1/8 of an inch, it is not a big deal. but you will want to make sure that it is even on both sides. And now we'll go down the other side. And now that it is clipped all the way, we need to sew it in place. And you'll just be sewing this with your 1/4 inch seam allowance. I do recommend sewing with the brim on the underside. For me, that just helps keep everything flat. So now that we have the brim basted in place, with the outer shell still right side out, we're going to take our lining wrong side out and clip it in place. You're going to line up each of the seams. So I will start by clipping at each of the seams, just getting all of those aligned, and then throw in a few extra clips around the front just to make sure everything stays in place. That brim can make it a little fiddly. There we go. So the brim should be tucked between the outer shell and the lining, and we are going to sew just along the bottom edge at 3/8 of an inch. Now we want to insert our hat straps. So that will go in along the back arch of the hat in this opening. And what you'll do is you'll take your strap, folded side in, and just scoot it in along that stitching line. And you will want it to stick out about 1/4 of an inch. So we'll just put a clip in to hold that in place. I'll add a clip for the center seam here to keep that in place. And then the second hat strap, again, folded side in, and have it stick out about 1/4 of an inch. And then sew along that arch. I like to do some back stitches at both edges of the strap, just so that it's nice and secure. All right, now we're going to turn it right side out through that gap that we left in the lining. I find the easiest way is to reach in there and just find one edge of the brim. Start from that side, and then work to get the brim out first. The brim is going to get bent. It is okay. All right. And then a fun thing is you can find those straps and just pull on them, and they will turn that corner out nicely for you, so you don't have to reach in and poke it out. Now we need to close up that opening. We're just going to top stitch really close to the edge to seal that up. If you want, you can sew this up by hand, but this is a little faster. All right, that is all sealed up, so we're going to head back over to the iron, and we're going to give this a really good press along this bottom edge before we top stitch it, as well as around the back arch, and we will give some steam to the brim to get it flat again. So we're going to use that rolled up towel again, or if you have a tailor's ham, you can use that. And we just want to press this bottom edge so that all of the lining is on the inside and we have a nice crisp seam. Some of the flatter parts you can do without it, if it's easier for you. Now for a wrinkly brim, the easiest thing to do is just use a lot of steam and press it flat. While the stabilizer is warm, it's very flexible, but once it cools down, it'll stiffen up. Now we'll go back over to the machine, and we are going to top stitch about 1/4 of an inch along the bottom edge and 1/8 of an inch along the back arch. Now, depending on your machine, it might be easier to stitch from the top side and go around, like if you have a free arm, which I don't, or stitch from the lining side and go around, which is what I will do today. So along the bottom edge, my top stitch will be about 1/4 of an inch from the edge. It doesn't have to be exact, just be consistent all the way around. As you're going, you can make sure that everything stays where it needs to be. And if the lining is too loose for you, you can also pin that in place to keep it out of the way. It is going to be really thick along the front of the hat, so just take your time. And there you have it. Now, one thing to note, in the beginning, I did show that I used 2 layers of batting when I quilted the front panel. One of those layers was an 80-20 blend. And because of those natural fibers and the dense quilting, along with some very small piecing, it did make it a little more difficult to construct the hat. So that is something to consider when you're choosing your materials. If you have some small piecing or some dense quilting, be sure to go with probably a synthetic batting. It'll be a little easier to get the needle through. You can also use something like a fusible foam stabilizer that gives a lot of structure without making it too dense to sew through. Now, I wasn't able to go over every step in detail with the time that I had today. So if you head over to my website, rosecityoriginals.com, you could pick up a copy of my pattern and use the code FESTIVAL23 for 20% off either the digital or the printed version. That code is good through the end of October. So if you enjoyed my segment today and you like all things quilty, be sure to join me on social media. I can be found on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and Threads, all at Rose City Originals. Hope to see you there.
Hi
Welcome
everyone.
back. Hi everyone.
I'm Madison Edgington.
I'm Melinda Romero.
We are so excited to be here today. I love the midday lives. I think it's a good refresher.
It is, but they go so fast.
They do go a lot faster. Also, that quilted hat was pretty amazing.
You know, Chris is so talented and phenomenal. And I was just blown away. So I never thought about quilting a hat. But now that I saw his video, I want to do it.
I know. I want one and I want to put a G for Grace.
Will you make me one too?
If I have time, yeah.
Okay.
Why not?
Good.
I mean, perfect. Okay. I want to hear from you guys. I want to hear what was your favorite. Did you like the quilted sneakers or did you like the quilted hat? Or which one are you going to do? Which one would you rather do?
Yes. That's a great question. I'm excited to see what the comments are.
Yes, I am too. I see the hat. That's awesome. Also, that is a cute picture of your puppy.
Yes. Dogs make everything better.
I agree. I 100% agree.
Yes.
The hat, I'm seeing the hat. I did love the hat.
I see sneakers. I see both. I see the quilted shoes.
So good.
It would be a toss-up. I think I would probably be more inclined to try the hat first. Maybe after you make mine, and then I'll try.
Okay, deal. I would love to do that. That's the best part, I think, for my job is I get to try all these different patterns and I get to just quilt and figure out the best ways to help our customers, help our community, just figure out better ways to quilt. So that's something I'm definitely going to try.
Oh, good, good. Can't wait to see the finished product.
Oh, yeah. Woo! Okay.
And it just goes with, this time around we're celebrating, it's a celebration of quilting and fashion. The segments, they have been just that, thinking outside of the box with the different projects.
Oh,
and
for real.
it's like people are so talented. People are doing things I couldn't fathom thinking about or doing at home, with my sewing machine or quilting machine, what have you. But
yeah,
people are amazing.
Yeah,
So.
I love it. I'm really loving this fall festival. I love the fashion and I've always wanted to try it. So this is like the perfect excuse.
Awesome.
To do it. So let's talk about our deals for a minute. Just for a minute. I know you've heard them so many times, but they are pretty amazing. So let's go over them. So we have 30% off our Quilter's Creative Touch and we are upgrading to QCT 6.
Yes. Now keep in mind, if you previously had QCT 5, there will be an update released a little bit later to get you to QCT 6. But if you're brand new, we have 3 fabulous options with the QCT 6. So we have the QCT 6, and really it's just your edge-to-edge quilting. It's getting somebody started with the automated quilting. We have QCT 6 Plus and QCT 6 Pro. Say that fast, Maddie.
QCT 6, QCT 6 Plus, QCT 6 Pro.
Yes. So phenomenal options, 30% off. We never I've been with Grace a little over 2.5 years. I think I've only seen 30% off, like maybe one other time. 30% off is
I don't know if
phenomenal.
I've seen it.
Phenomenal. So
yeah, super
get
exciting.
It while it's hot.
Exactly.
Through the end of October. That's I'm going to say, if you're thinking about making any sort of big purchase, let that be your big purchase. Reward yourself.
For sure. And then we got our Q-zone frames. Our Q-zone frames are great. We have a hoop style and we have the queen frame. It depends on space and depends on how you like to quilt.
Yes. Hey, and you know, both of these styles of frames, phenomenal. So you can do so much. They're compatible with our machine, all of our machines. Can't go wrong with either one.
Yes. And then we have our Evolution frames, which is just one step up. They're a little bit sturdier. And I love the sleekness of the machines.
Yes.
So I love the Evolution frames. Those are my favorite. And I love the hoop frame. I think that's going to be my...
Kind of the go-to.
That's my go-to whenever I'm quilting, for sure.
Yep. So, and then our Cutie tabletop fabric frame. You know, this has been our #1 seller for the past 2.5 years. Longer, a little bit longer than I have been with Grace Company. Longer than Maddie has been with Grace Company.
For sure.
But coming from our sales team, this is our absolute #1 best seller. And regular MSRP is $12.99. On sale for $579.
Crazy.
Super hot buy.
Perfect. Let's go to next. Our rear handles, they are on sale. I don't know if I've ever seen them on sale. So
not very often. I think like QCT, they've only been on sale maybe once or twice since I've been with Grace.
So make sure you check those out if you are interested in those. And then we also have our Unique 16 series, which are great for, I say they're great for when you're starting out. It's a great machine and it sort of looks like the domestic, so you don't have that much of a difference. It's a little bit more comfortable.
Yes, yes. I would say when definitely starting with Grace, I always gravitated more towards the smaller machines because they were less intimidating. But again, 16 series, perfect for any skill level, perfect for wherever anybody is in their quilting journey.
Exactly. And then our 19 and 21s, those are great machines. The 19s are my favorite. I have a 19X Elite. That is my favorite machine.
Yes, I would say the 19 series is also my favorite. It's not too big, not too small. It fits in my area. I don't have one of our Unique machines at home yet. I keep threatening my husband, and I haven't quite won that battle yet. But I think I'm getting close. So wish me luck.
Then we have 20% off on all TrueCut. Please go check that out. I know we're drilling it into you guys, but really these are great deals and they will help out any experience for whenever you're doing any cutting. And I love our TrueCut just because I'm not the best at sewing, but they always, with the TrueCut, they always help me align a little bit better than what I would with any others.
Yes. I used to be the cutter that would veer inwards. Had close calls with my fingers. TrueCut has saved me. That is for sure.
Let's quickly go through our little Rebel bundles. They are awesome. So our first one, you get the new cutter and the little Rebel. That's our bundle. And then we're also doing the bundle added on with the QCT6, which is a perfect deal if you just want just the machine. And then the next bundle, we're going for our Shaking Up the System. I love that name.
Yes.
And you get our bundle with thread, you get some TrueCut, and you get little HBQ gifts.
Yes.
So fun.
I can't wait for the mug. I'm
That's so fun. I'm excited too. And then also you can upgrade that with the QCT6 as well. And then our last little deal, Fall on Anarchy, you get everything that we've already mentioned plus the Cutie Breeze, which is perfect. Go reach for that. And then we have our QCT6 on top of that. Those are great deals. Please go and check those out. Super amazing.
Yes. And a great thing about the Little Rebel pre-order, the dates have been extended.
Yeah.
So it was until the end of September. Now we are through November 5th on pre-orders. So, and I don't know if you heard, but I recently just pre-ordered my little rebel. I'm so excited for it.
Ooh, I didn't know that. That's so exciting.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so excited. And then just make sure that you leave a review for us because we love to hear your feedback. This is one of the best ways. And also it helps us know how we can do better with our products, and it helps our community grow a little bit stronger every single day. So please let us hear from you.
Yes, and not only on our website, you know, give us a like, follow, share on any of our social media platforms. Facebook, TikTok, YouTube.
All of them.
All of them. We
So
have our
fun.
brand new platform, Etched.
Go check that out.
It houses all of our digital content, all of our content that maybe hasn't been aired that you haven't seen before. So lots of fun things going on Etched as well.
Yes. Okay. And then also we have our loose ends project. It's been pretty amazing to see this. I've watched the video so many times, and I love it every single time. It gives me a little hope, and it fills my heart with a little bit of peace. I love it. So make sure you donate to that and sign up if you can.
Take a look at their website. You know, if you can finish quilts, sign up to do so. Everybody's accepted. If you have any specific questions about loose ends, the creators are, you know, taking a look at questions in the comments and helping us answer those. So wonderful cause, great opportunity. Get to it, get with it. So
Okay.
I feel like we need a giveaway right now.
Oh, for sure. Let's pull out the bingo.
Yes.
So I'm going to ask the question while Melinda rolls this, but our question is going to be, what is the price of the cutie that it's on sale right now? So put it in the comments, and our prize is going to be green. Which one are we going to choose, Melinda?
Let's go with, I don't think we talk enough about the triangle ruler bundles.
For sure.
And how much can be done with those. So I'm going to lean towards that triangle
I love
ruler
it.
bundle.
Perfect. So yes, the triangle ruler bundle, it is amazing. Make sure you check that out, and we will be picking our winners.
And we have 3 winners, right?
Yes, we have
one
3.
from each platform.
One from each platform, so perfect. Okay, are we ready to see our first winner? Okay, first winner, let's see who it is. Mariette. Oh, I'm gonna butcher this. Lamo? Yeah.
Maybe?
Melinda saved me there.
Congratulations, Mariette.
That's so exciting. Make sure to reach out to Allegra at Grace Frame to receive your prize, because we will not be reaching out to you.
Yes.
Let's go for our next prize. Excited.
Oh, come on, drop red.
Ooh.
So you go ahead and pick this one, Maddie.
I say we gotta go with the comfort cutter. I think the comfort cutter is so good. The 45 millimeter comfort cutter. Make sure you check that out if you have not won a prize yet. They are on sale, 20% off, so go check those out. But let's see let's see our next winner.
Roxana Lewis.
Ooh,
congratulations.
So fun. Oh, that's so amazing. Okay, and then let's do our last little giveaway. Oh, green again.
Another green. Okay, so
let's go with the 4-pack of solid thread.
Yes, I love our thread.
It's so nice.
It is.
It's so nice. So make sure you guys go check that out if you haven't won. I know I've already mentioned that, but we got Susu. I'm gonna say that's the name. I hope I did not butcher that.
That's how I would have said it. Congratulations, Susu. Congratulations to all of our winners. Today.
Yes.
All right. Now, should we? Let's see. What else do we have? Do we have time for our HBQ story?
I think we can sum it up real quick.
Okay.
Okay. So our HBQ story is from Shirley from Mays Landing, New Jersey. It says, I first learned how to sew with help from my maternal grandmother, who I called Nanny. I was about 5 or 6 years old, and she helped me use her Singer treadle sewing machine. She helped me make doll clothes, and I was happy camper. I still love to sew, but as my children were little, I did not have the time to do as much as I could. But I finally got Sears sewing machine to my delight, and I made the whole outfits for Easter Sunday church for my 2-year-old daughter and my younger son. That's amazing. Yes. I was thrilled and they looked so cute. After raising 3 children and becoming a nurse, I did not have much time till I retired, and then I resumed my love for sewing. And my first quilt was for my granddaughter when she went to college, and I was hooked on quilting ever since.
It only takes one.
It only takes one.
It only takes one.
Oh, yeah. And each children has received their quilts and many other items. So far, I've made 8 quilts. Dog coat, puppy purses for my purses. That's so cute. And sold many other items. I am now 87 and no plans on stopping sewing. It is still my love. So thank you for my nanny for all your patience with me. That is so cute.
87 years young. Keep at it, Shirley.
That's
Keep doing
great.
It. Stay busy.
So that is all the time we have left.
We have one more
Yes,
giveaway.
we do have one more giveaway.
So,
I almost forgot. Okay.
So we have our picked from our registered winners.
Yes.
We have one more giveaway.
And that giveaway is the cutter combo. So
Yes.
awesome. Let's see who that giveaway is. Let's do a drum roll. Paige Morgan. Awesome.
Congratulations.
So congrats. We will be reaching out to you, and make sure you guys have a good rest of your fall festival. I will see you later, and we will see you next time.
Take care.
Hello everyone, welcome. I'm Janna Matthews.
I'm Madison Edgington.
And we are so excited to be here today to talk to you about hopping foot accessories for your Unique machines. Now, I'm so excited about this. Maddie's are gonna be my education expert and I'm the sales expert. We're gonna get them all through. We're gonna have so much fun. Really quick though, what's your favorite?
Oh, I think my favorite accessory is the 360 Wonderfoot.
Oh man,
I've
yeah.
loved it since the first day that I've started working here. It's been my favorite. I love it, and I'm so excited to show you guys about it today.
My favorite is the couching foot. I saw someone use it with automation and I was blown away. So I'm really excited to show you about that today too. So first we're just going to talk to you all about all these wonderful accessories we've got here on beside us. The first one we're going to talk about is the 3-piece hopping foot set.
Yes.
Now there's a lot in here. I just want to pull this open so you can see what's inside. Look at that. Look at all those wonderful feet. So we've got an additional hopping foot set. In case you forget yours, we have the ruler foot, the open toe, and the micro stippling foot. Now we're going to show you, each of these are going to get attached to the machine the same way. So we're just going to show you once with a hopping foot for the ruler, and then you'll just know all the feet that we're doing today. The Quilt Perfect set, the 360 Wonderfoot, they're all the same.
Everything.
So we're just gonna be able to switch that at one time. So first we're gonna take this hopping foot. Now, you'll notice it's a lot thicker than this other hopping foot. And that's because you're using the rulers.
Yeah.
So Maddie, why do we have it so thick?
Oh, this is such an amazing idea. Whoever created it, I actually don't know for sure, but it's perfect because of the thickness. You can put your ruler right up against it, and I love it because you're not gonna break your ruler or break your needle because it's not gonna hop on top of your ruler. That is the best part. So with the thickness, it keeps it right up against the ruler, especially with our rulers and how we have that little lip. It's perfect, and you keep that straight line or whatever ruler you're using as a template. It keeps it perfect every time.
So we're gonna switch that out right now. Now you'll notice also in this kit there is a hopping foot guide. So it's a height guide. So we're gonna be using that today as well. So you'll know exactly what to do. Now, does this come in every package or just this first package?
It comes in every package that you buy. For every foot, anything you buy, it always will come with it. I use this tool for mostly everything. I use it for finger pressing when I'm not with my iron. I'll use it if I'm fixing the tension on my bobbin.
Yeah.
It's not just for feet.
It's a great tool. It's got that slide in there, so if you don't have a screwdriver, you can also use it for that.
Yes, that is true.
It's a multi-function tool. Okay, so we're gonna switch out the hopping foot. Now this is gonna be the same for all of them.
Yep.
So we don't have to have a video of each one is what we're saying.
Yes.
They're all the same. So we're gonna have Maddie switch out with that ruler-based hopping foot.
Yeah, so each of our hopping feet, we'll use the 3mm Allen wrench every time. So I'm gonna come up to the front and you'll be able to see on this camera. So what we do is we just loosen the little knob right here
Now you heard a little click on there. That sometimes it just takes a little effort for that click to just finally get it out of the way.
All right, and make sure that you do not lose your little knob. It does come with extra every time, but I always try to make sure I'm not losing it.
Exactly. Have
Losing
someone
anything.
put it in a safe place. Don't allow it to just roll around the floor.
Okay, and then I am going to make sure that this goes all the way under, and I'm gonna put this on, and I'm just gonna make sure that it's gonna fit, which it will. And then I'm gonna slightly put on my knob, just so that it's in place. Then, once it's all set, I'm gonna actually take the fabric off. And when I take the fabric off, it's gonna be a lot easier with the foot height gauge for me to see, so.
Yes, now if some people are asking, you know, what frame and what machine we're using the Evolution hoop frame, and then we're using the 19X Elite Quilting machine, so you know which ones we're using. But this is true of any of our machines, any of our frames, this would be the same process.
All right, so now that I have it in place, I'm gonna actually put my needle down, and we're gonna put it on our machine. Okay, so the hopping foot height gauge is already in place. We're making sure everything is set. And we want the hopping foot height gauge to have just a little bit of tension. We don't want it to slide all the way out super easy. And then once everything is in place and set, we're just gonna screw it back on.
And again, you wanna make it tight enough, not so tight that you're gonna not be able to take it off again, but nice, tight, and firm.
Perfect, okay. Now let's put our fabric back on, and we
raise up our needle so that we can slide that fabric right underneath it. Now you'll notice the hopping foot does come up slightly once you raise the needle, so that'll allow you to get that fabric underneath there. So using that hopping foot height gauge tool, what are some things that you should be aware of, Maddie?
With using it, make sure that the needle's down. That is the biggest thing I would say.
Before you put it under, so you're not hitting it, right?
Yep. That's what I would say. And also make sure that with the tension, it's not too tight. So when you pull it out, it's not gonna have any like friction. Because with that, the actual ruler, well, the ruler foot will actually hit the plate and it will bob it. And so we don't want that. Yeah.
Now we're gonna use in this, because we're using a ruler with our ruler foot, we're gonna use with our Quilt Perfect, the 3x8 ruler comes with that. So you can see in here, I'm gonna hide the rest of the feet so you can't see those. I'm only gonna pull out the 3x8 because we're gonna talk about those in a moment. So this is the exclusive 3x8 in the Quilt Perfect ruler kit. And then you can also get it with the TrueCut travel kit, and you can now order it all by itself.
Oh, that is the best news. This is my favorite ruler. I use it every time I'm using ruler work. So let's just show you a little bit. I'm gonna pull up our bobbin.
Now some people will say, like, why is that important? So that you don't have to go through and trim all your bobbin threads later.
So I am just gonna show you. So we have our ruler, and I'm just gonna...
Now we already have our ruler base on. You can't see it, but it's there.
So we're gonna keep going. And if I wanna switch and go across, it's keeping my lines perfect and straight, and the ruler foot is not hopping on top of my ruler, and it won't break my needle, which is so amazing.
Which is always important.
And that's all that's to it.
Excellent. So you can see the ruler foot. Let's look at a little bit about the other 2 feet. I want to show them up close here on that to see the difference. So we have that micro stippling foot and that open toe foot. So let me pull these out here. And Maddie, you can show them underneath that big camera we got right there on the front.
So you'll see the difference. This one is our micro stippling foot. This is for whenever you want to do small designs and see them, especially in tiny areas. And it's perfect, and it keeps everything pretty much available to see. And then we also have our open toe, which does have the circular function, but you can see your stitching a little bit better.
I love the open toe when I'm just quilting normally, because that extra like viewing ability is really nice for me. I like using the open toe a lot. So again, this is in the 3-piece hopping foot set. It's available for all Quilting machines. That includes the Little Rebel.
Yes.
So, okay, that opened up a whole new world with the Little Rebel that we've got these hopping feet. So, okay, so next we're gonna show the Quilt Perfect Ruler Foot Kit.
Okay.
Now this one, I'm gonna show you what these ones in here, I didn't show you before, but we're gonna show you now. It comes with, so this is that little strap that holds the 3x8 ruler in. So that one's our precision foot, right? So before you're kind of guesstimating where your ruler's gonna go, now you can follow along that track just perfectly. There's an additional hopping foot that's a ruler foot here. It's a rolling foot. Now I love this one because it rolls as you go side by side. So it just helps the ruler as you're doing the ruler work as it comes back and forth. You can see that. And then we have the TrueCut foot. Now this one will lock on to any of the TrueCut rulers. You can see how it locks on there. We're gonna put this one on and then we're gonna come back and show you what it looks like when we've got it all set and we're quilting.
Okay, let's get to it.
So we're back and we've got the ruler foot on there. Now this is the track one, so we're gonna show just a little bit of how it works.
Oh, I love this one. It locks right on to this lip of our ruler. And
you can use any of the TrueCut rulers. We're using the 3x8 that comes in this kit, as well as you can purchase it separately. Oh, I love that. That's so fantastic. And again, a perfect straight line, but you didn't have to worry about that ruler moving off of it. That's great. Okay, so that was the Quilt Perfect kit. Now we're gonna look at the 360. Now this is your favorite,
This is my favorite.
Oh, let's see what's inside. So much fun. Whew, that looks crazy. Right, we got this big giant one. I'm gonna pull this out here. We've got all these different glass pieces. Now this one is great. Why don't we show it under this camera so we can see it more specifically. It's got that straight track. So how are we gonna use that? That's the stitch in the ditch one, right?
Yes. So this is perfect for stitch in the ditch. Nice part is it has a little wheel underneath. So as you're moving it around, it will go in a circle.
And then it comes with all with other inserts. We've got the 1/4 inch offset, the 3/8 offset, the 4th offset circle, and just a totally clear one.
Yep.
So that you can see through everything and see what you're quilting through. So we're gonna add that one on now and we'll come right back.
Okay.
All right, we've got it all set up on the machine. Now we're gonna show you the stitch in the ditch rule. But I really wanted to talk to you really quick and say that if you were unsure about all the different pieces that are in here, it has a sheet, a practice sheet that you can do. So the stitch in the ditch, all the offsets, everything like that. So don't be concerned of like, oh, I don't know what to do with it. We got it all taken care of. So let's see what it looks like now.
Okay, so I'm just gonna get started. I've already pulled up my bobbin. But as you can tell, as I start going, it's gonna line up naturally, the line right here. So I'm gonna see it. And as I go down, I'm able to go right on the line.
That is so perfect because so many times you think you're on the line, but those guides really help get it all set up.
Every time.
Every time.
Every time.
I love
so
it.
Nice.
And I love that it has that wheel so it'll spin as you're going around. It's not just, oh, I have to line it up perfectly. It'll get there.
Yeah. I do love using this foot when I am using our QCT5.
Oh, okay.
I do love that. I think it just looks cooler,
The automation
but also
helps you,
I think it does a smoother stitch.
Nice. Good to know. Okay, so the last group that we're going to talk about is our 9-piece hopping foot set. Now there's a lot of different ones in here. We've got our, the one that's my favorite is the couching foot.
Yes.
We also have some other pieces in here. They're a little bit harder to see because they're all clear. And then my little gauge just popped out of there so you can see it comes with all of them. So we're going to show you the couch foot, but we're also in here is the glide foot. Now you can buy the glide foot in the kit or you can buy it by itself.
Yes.
So there's those two options. So we're going to do the couching foot next, and so we're going to attach that and we'll be right back. Okay, we're back with our couching foot. Now we're using the large couching foot. It has different openings depending on the size of the yarn, right? So we've got like a fun fluffy yarn, great for texture.
Yeah.
Put on a baby quilt.
I love it.
So we've got it started. So we're going to show how we sew with it.
Yeah. This is one of the coolest things and it's the funnest to play with, I will say. So I'm just going to trace along these feathers.
Now you can see if you go just a little bit slower or not, yarn gets pulled in from that metal side of the couching foot, and then you're sewing over the top of it. And that's so fantastic. I love it so much.
This one
Already
is your
gives
favorite,
you-
right?
It is my favorite because I feel like it just gives you another elevated quilt, like just that much more. The design becomes 3D. I just think it's so cool. So, okay, so we've talked about the 3-piece hopping foot with the micro stippling foot, the open toe, and just the ruler foot.
Yes.
And then we talked about the
Quilt Perfect ruler set.
and it's got the 3 different feet, the rolling ruler foot. It's got the True Track one, and then the one that clips on, which is so fantastic. Now, it'll only clip on to TrueCut rulers. So if you have a regular ruler, it's not going to clip on there.
Yes.
Then we talked about your favorite, the Wonder
Foot, the stitch in the ditch.
Stitch in the ditch, offset circles.
So amazing.
Clear. It's so wonderful. It has that wonderful gliding section that gets
So
you all
good.
set. And then my favorite with the 9-piece, the couching foot. But as a reminder, in the 9-piece, you can also get the glide foot, and it does come separately.
Yes. So make sure you check them out and find the ones that are perfect for you, and let us know which ones your favorite are.
Yes. And as always, they're on special, so check them out because we're going to have a really great time.
So much fun. I'm so glad you guys joined us.
And let us know. We always want to know what you did with the products that we have, so send us a picture. We'd love to see it. Thanks so much for joining us, guys.
Thanks.
everyone, Ellie the Quilter here from Mojave Farms Quilt Company. Today we're going to be learning how to make cathedral windows as well as how to construct a tote. This is a free PDF download from our website, mojavefarmsquiltingco.com. You can find it there. It will have all of the supplies and cutting instructions for what we're going to go over today. So today we're going to be learning how to make cathedral windows. And it's a very versatile kind of quilting block. It's not as difficult as people think. And you can see we're using them here on the front and back of our totes as pockets. I've also used them before in a laptop cover, and I've even made an entire quilt out of this. So that's really gorgeous as well. So let's take a look at the supplies that we're going to need today. One of the supplies that I find necessary whenever I'm cutting pieces for my quilt is using my Grace Company TrueCut system. They have all different sizes, and I find this absolutely necessary if I'm going to try and get straight cuts, because all of their TrueCut rulers and rotary cutters have a track and rail system, which means there is a little lip here on the edge of all of your rulers. And on your rotary cutter, there's a little track in there that you can hook on. And as you're cutting, it can't come off of the ruler. So you're guaranteed straight cuts every time. A couple helpful tips and tricks for when you're sewing your totes. Remember that cathedral windows look really great when you have fabric choices that pop and contrast with each other. So you can see here we're using some dark windows but lighter fabric, and here we're using lighter windows but darker accent fabric. Remember also that you're going to be sewing through a lot of thick fabric, so I find a walking foot very helpful. And anytime I'm going through anything thick or I'm doing some quilting, I like to increase my stitch length to a 3. So our cathedral window totes pattern has 2 different options for you. There is one with added handles. You can purchase extra handles and sew them on. We also have one with fabric handles, and that's the one that we're going to be demonstrating today. So the things that you're going to need to cut out to prepare are your exterior fabric, and you're going to need 2 pieces that are 15.5 by 15.5. You're also going to need some batting because it is a quilted tote. So you're going to need 2 pieces of batting that are at least 15.5 by 15.5. I like to go a little bit over just so I don't have any mistakes there. We're also going to need accent fabric, and this is the dark blue that's on here. It's going to be the same as your fabric handles. So you're going to need 2 pieces that are 6.5 by 15.5. And same thing with the batting. We need 2 of those as well that are at least 6.5 by 15.5. We're also going to make our own fabric handles, and I will show you how to do that in a minute. We're going to need 2 strips that are 46 inches long and 5 inches wide. So in our exterior fabric, we're also going to need 24 squares that are 3 by 3 inches. We're also going to need 24 2.5 inch squares, and we're going to be pressing them all into triangles like this. And I like to use starch just to make sure it's not going anywhere as we begin to sew. Lastly, you're going to need 6 squares, and these are 2.25 by 2.25. And these are going to be the insides of our cathedral windows, whereas these are going to be the frames. So the way that we make our cathedral window blocks is with 4 of the exterior fabrics, and then we take 4 of our accent fabrics, and we're going to place it with the open sides into the middle of the square. So we'll do 4 of those. And eventually when we have it all sewn, you'll see that we put these in here. That's how we create our cathedral window blocks. Okay, so let's go ahead and pin our pieces together. We're gonna do this for each of the 4. We'll pin them here in the middle. Now the way that we're gonna create our blocks is by putting them right sides together, and then we're going to sew along here. We'll do that for both of them. And sew along there. The other thing I like to do when I'm making cathedral windows is to have some extra security with a little wonder clip there. That way none of my inside triangles move around and I don't have to have a whole bunch of pins. I also like to use a walking foot. As you can see, I have on here. Cathedral windows tend to get pretty bulky, and an even feed foot or a walking foot can really help with that. And we're sewing everything here on our blocks with a 1/4 inch seam. So here you can see we have our 2 sides sewn together and our little flaps are still open. That's okay. We're gonna make sure that we press these very well. And I prefer on cathedral windows to press my seams open. Like I said before, these can get really bulky and sometimes nesting your seams makes it a little too thick for your sewing machine to go through. So I prefer to do open. So just like we did when we joined these two, we're going to join the top and bottom together. And then we'll pin here and sew all along here. So here we have our finished base for our cathedral block. You can see I have all of my seams pressed open. And now it's time for us to add the window part. So our accent fabric here is going to act as the frame for the center of our window. And the way that we add it in is just to align all 4 of the points here so it's perfectly in the middle. Sometimes I like to do a little dab of a glue stick and press it so that it stays right where I need it to be. So once we have our window inside the window frame, we're going to fold over the window frame. And some people will pin this. I find it easier just to do it at my sewing machine as I go, but we're gonna start sewing here. And as close to the inside of this frame as possible, we're going to sew this in place. So you can see I have my window frame pulled over. I'm just gonna hold this with my hand. I like to start with my needle down at the very point up here. And then I very slowly move it along here to tack it down. Once I get up to the very top, I like to move my needle with my hand wheel, lift my presser foot and pivot. And then I'll do the same thing with the next side. I'm just gonna fold the frame over like this. And then I'll use my hand wheel just to get the first couple stitches where I want them to be. And then I'll sew the rest of this side. So as you can see, we have almost all of them done. The most important part is that as you're folding it over, you fold it over just enough so that you're covering the point of the window. Backstitch a tiny bit there at the end. And then we can pull out our final block. So these are our completed cathedral window blocks. We want to make a total of 6 of them, and we're going to press the backs open just like this. And then we're going to take 3 at a time and we're going to join them together into a long strip like this. And we need 2 strips because we want one for the front and one for the back. And these are going to become the pockets of our totes. So let's begin by placing them together. We're going to just match the seams front and back and pin it there. And again, we're going to be sewing these together with a 1/4 inch seam. So now that we have our strips of our cathedral windows, we need to start building the pockets. So we're going to put our accent fabric, if you have it printed, you're going to want to put it face side down. That's going to be the inside of our pockets. And then we'll put our batting, and then we'll put our strip of Cathedral windows. And you can use some basting glue here, some spray-based glue, or you can do a couple of pins, but we're going to be quilting all along here. So once you have all the quilting done on your Cathedral blocks that you would like, and you'll notice I didn't quilt off into my accent fabric, we want to leave that alone and just do the quilting on our Cathedral blocks. We're going to go create this piping effect by doing a fold up to our Cathedral blocks and then a second fold, and we're going to secure it with a clip. And then we're gonna do a stitch right along the edge here. Now, if that's a little too small for you, when you cut your accent fabric, instead of 6.5, do maybe 7 inches. And that will give you a little bit more fabric to work with, and it'll come a little bit farther down. So if you're still learning, you're a beginner, that might be a good way to change the pattern that will help you out. So now the most difficult thing is done. We have finished our Cathedral window pockets. I promise the rest of it will go much more smoothly. So let's start working on our handles. Our fabric handles are made from 2 5-inch widths by 46-inch length strips of fabric. And the way that we make them is by pressing them in half, and then you'll open it up and press each half into that center line. We'll just iron it like this, and then we'll fold it over and iron it again. And that will give us 2 long handles. And let's take it over to our sewing machine, and we're going to stitch along both sides of this. Now that we've finished sewing down both sides of both of our handles, we're going to set these aside and start working on the body of our bag. So just like when we did our Cathedral window strips, we're going to use some quilting batting, and then make sure that your exterior fabric is face up. And you can do some free motion on this, you can do some straight lines or grids, however you'd like to quilt it. Okay, so I've done some just pretty simple straight line quilting on here. And the way that we do our front and backs to make a tote, we want to have a squared bottom, so to speak. The way that we do that is by, I'm going to flip it over. And you can see on each of the bottom corners, I've marked a 2-inch square. And what we're going to do is cut each of these out, and you can use a rotary cutter. I'm just going to use some scissors here, cut out that 2-inch square. We're going to do the same on the bottom of the other side. So that's our front. We're going to do the same thing for our back. You can see I've done it here also. So now it's time for us to add our handles onto the front and back of our bag. I like mine about 5 inches from the bottom. So I'm just going to measure and mark a light line along there. And then I'll lay my handles where the bottoms are hitting that 5-inch line. And the way that I've been estimating the width and exactly where I want them placed is I lay my Cathedral blocks just over that. This is where we're going to be sewing later. And I want to make sure that my handles are just inside this seam of the outside pockets, because we're going to be stitching in the ditch here to create the pockets. So I want to make sure that my handles are just inside that. And then I can pin this in place. And then we're going to sew up each side just about an inch short of the top. And then we'll do the other side again, just inside that pocket right there. Making sure it's lined up with our 5-inch mark right there. Let's go sew these on. Now that we have our handles sewn on, we're going to be adding our Cathedral window strip back to it. And I'm placing it just below where our handles are and in line with the sides of our bag. And then I'll pin in place. And we are going to sew all along the bottom here. I'm gonna do probably just stitch in the ditch along this top row right here. And then we're gonna stitch in the ditch along our Cathedral blocks. We have our front and back completed now. You can see we've started forming the pockets. And the way that we start building our tote is by laying the front and back right sides together. And we're going to pin and sew all along the sides and on the bottom. The only thing that we're not going to sew right now are anywhere in this square, just the bottoms and the sides. Now, because this is very thick here, and it's going to be even thicker when I get to my pockets, I'm definitely going to need a walking foot here. And I've switched my stitch length to a 3, and I'm going to do some back stitching along here just to make sure that any kind of pressure or pulling that happens on the seams is well reinforced. Once we have our sides and bottom of the tote sewn, we're going to leave it right sides together, and we're going to open up that 2-inch cut that we made. We're going to match up the seams. A lot of people like to nest their seams right here. And we're going to get a clip in place. And we need to open it up enough so that we end up with a straight line here. That's what we're going to sew to create that boxed bottom of our tote. So now we have both sides of our tote bottom closed, and we're just gonna set this aside for a minute. We're gonna work on the lining, the inside lining for it. Okay, so here we have our inside lining fabric, and I'm just now realizing that I actually forgot to mention this when we were talking about supplies. So if you're taking notes, add this in. These are the same dimensions as your exterior fabric, which is your front and back of the tote. So it's 2 15.5-inch squares, and just like with the front and back of our tote that we just did, we're going to notch out 2 inches here. And then to create the lining, we are going to put 2 of them right sides together. And just the same as we just did with our exterior fabric, we're going to sew all along the sides, both sides. And then on the bottom, we're only going to sew the first couple inches on each side. And we're going to leave this middle part here open for turning. Now, because this is our inside lining and it's not really thick, I'm only going to use a 1/4 inch seam here. All right, so we've sewn all along the sides and part of the bottom. We're going to do the same thing that we did on our front and back tote and open these up, leaving the lining right sides together. And we're going to pin all along here and sew it shut. Now we have our inside out tote and our inside out lining. We're gonna leave the lining inside out and we're gonna turn our tote right side out. And it is really coming together, as you can see. Want to make sure that we poke out all those corners there that we just sewed together. And then we're going to take our inside out lining and we're going to put the tote inside that. Now with our handles, we're gonna tuck those in between the lining and the tote on both sides. And then once we have everything tucked in neatly, we're going to match up the seams on the sides and add a clip. We'll do the same thing on this side and add a clip. And then the way I like to do it is pull it tight so I can kind of find where the middle is, and then I'm going to add a couple more around the tote. Make sure that your handles are tucked down in there because you don't want to sew over them. As we sew around this, we're just sewing the lining and the top of the tote. That's it. Okay, now let's sew all around the edge. Now because this is thicker, I'm leaving my walking foot on and I'm using a 3/8 or 1/2 inch seam. I've also increased my stitch length to a 3, just like when I was doing some of that quilting. We've sewn all the way around our tote and now we get to see it come together. This hole that we left in the lining is where you're going to pull everything out. Hopefully you left yourself a big enough hole. So now you can see we have our tote here and our lining here. And just like we did with our tote, we want to make sure that we poke out those corners there. And the only thing we have left to do is to fold in a seam on the lining. And I'm going to put a clip along here. And along here. And then we'll sew it shut. As we're sewing along here to close up our lining, we want to keep it as close to the edge as possible. Some people also like to hand sew this with a ladder stitch, or I find that it's in the bottom of a bag and I don't really notice it. So I tend to just machine stitch mine. So as you can see, I've sewn just right along the very edge here, just enough to seal it up. Now we take our lining and we shove it inside the bag, making sure that it's deep down into the corners. And the last thing we need to do, and this is a choice you can make or not make, it's totally your style. Once I have it inside, I like to secure the lining and making sure that it's not going to come out at any time. So I like to iron it or just pinch it really well along the edge so that I get right up to the edge of the seam. And sometimes I'll even pin it or clip it, and I'll sew with a tiny, tiny seam right along the edge. So here's our completed tote for today. I hope you enjoyed this project. Remember that it is a free PDF download available on our website at mojavefarmsquiltingco.com.
Hi everyone, my name is Madison Edgington and we have our lovely education team here.
Hello, I'm Amanda.
I'm Lori.
Oh, we are so excited to be here and we are going to talk about the quilt show winners. I'm super excited. This is one of my favorite segments that we do for every part of our virtual festivals. It's so fun to see everyone. Like I said, we are part of the education team, super fun, and we are so excited to talk about these quilts. So we have the PowerPoint and let's start pulling it up. Okay, Amanda, do you want to share with us the details?
Yeah, so everyone who submits a quilt will be entered to win our $500 Grace Company gift card giveaway. And then each category will have a first place, second place, and third place winners. And first place will get $300, second place will get $200, and third place will get $100. And then each category has a best of show winner that are decided by our judges, and the best of show will win $500.
Awesome. And then Lori, you want to talk about our categories?
So we have 6 different categories. One is our modern tricks, modern quilting techniques, quilted contour, quilted fashion, up and coming designs, which is quilters with 5 years or less experience, traditional treats, traditional quilting techniques, chic decor, quilted home decor, and home-based quilters, which is our miscellaneous category.
Awesome. Okay, so for our third place winner for our modern tricks is, it's called Hank, and it's by Marianne Knops. That's what I'm gonna hopefully say it is. And she describes this as walking along the seashore. I'm enjoying playing with the seals, and I had a dream that one of them came to meet me. Please meet Hank. This is such an amazing quilt. I love that it's all the triangles and it adds so much dimension and so much texture. This is amazing. You did awesome, Marianne.
Okay, next in our modern tricks category, second place winner, Northern Wilderness by Carrie Miller. The description is, the quilt combines traditional piecing and applique. The applique is raw edged with a fine blanket stitch. The material for the top is batiks, warm and natural cotton batting, and 180-inch cotton panel backing. The quilting design is edge-to-edge dragonflies. There's so many details in this quilt, and I absolutely love it. You can tell that it's going to take a long time to do all of that, especially all of that applique.
So Modern Tricks first place winner is Beauregard by Kayla Naw. This rooster is a collage quilt. It took 48.5 hours to piece the quilt with another 17 hours of quilting.
Good heavens.
Yes, and if you look at this quilt in very much up close, you can see the detail that it took to do this. I was just amazed at all the intricate piecing that went along in this quilt.
Awesome. Okay, let's go to our next. Traditional treats. Third place winner, Birds of Paradise by Aubrey Mingo. A wall hang quilt made by me for my mother. These are a favorite flower of hers, all piecing and quilting done on my domestic Juki. Great job, looks amazing. Congrats to you.
Okay. Our second place winner in traditional treats is Labyrinth Walk by Elizabeth Smith. She says, I made the center of the labyrinth black to represent us in our darkest hours when we feel the most lost. When there, we are searching for the light, so the outside of the labyrinth is white. The walls are shades of gray, representing the many shades of gray life throws at us. There are stones in the quilting representing the stones people throw when they judge us. A perfectly healing project. I love all the meaning that you put in this quilt, and I absolutely love the design. It really pops out, and you can really tell what it is at a distance.
It's awesome. So for first place in traditional treats, it's The Thin Red Line by Susan Mari Graham. And she said that she made for their son Nate, sorry about that, who is an officer for CAL FIRE. The thin red line is a symbol of support and solidarity with firefighters and honors injured or fallen fire service members. It's what firefighters stand for, bravery and courage. I designed each block with a firefighter symbol. I'm going to get emotional because this just really meant a lot to me. The sacrifice that she represented in this quilt. She continues to say fabrics in TRL flag are a smoky grunge, blocks are patriotic colors, multi-cross quilting by it's so unique. And I just think she took a lot of thoughtfulness and represented the firefighters so well in this quilt. And I just want to say congratulations. You definitely earned first place.
Okay, Quilted Couture. Okay, this is pretty cool. I'm just looking at this. Oh, love it. Third place winner goes to Marcia Peterson. It's called Paper Pieced Quilt Block on Denim Jacket. I like using quilt designs in various ways. I made this using paper piecing with bright fabric colors and then attached it to a denim jacket for a gift. This is amazing. It looks so good. Congrats, Marcia.
Okay. Second place is Ode to Joy by Emma Allen. She says, this red denim jacket needed something extra, so I created the quilted panel based on a wall quilt, my first art quilt. I quilted the panel on my cutie, then hand stitched it to the jacket so I can remove it for laundering. This is another awesome addition to your jacket. I love it.
So for first place, this is the Lone Star Quilted Jacket by Amanda Sadivi. I made this with the Tula Pink fabrics and a grain line studio pattern. I machine quilted straight lines, then applicated the stars on it. You did a great job. It's beautiful. Congratulations.
I love the colors too.
Yeah.
And just a reminder, these are picked by you guys, so you are amazing, and I love the support that you guys have given to everyone. So now we have Chic Decor. This one, I love this, Yoo-Hoo by Carrie Miller, third place winner. I had a fun time with this fused applique wall hanging. I tried to show perspective by varying the stitches from a micro stitch in the background and larger pattern sizes on the mousse and the window frame. I matched the bobbin color to create mirror image on the reversible side. That's so smart. I used batiks on the top and the brown cotton on the back. I think I love the back more than the front. That is so fun.
I love when the back looks just as good as the front.
Oh, I know, right?
Me
It's so
too.
good.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Our second place winner is It Is Well With My Soul by Diane Hopper. My favorite hymn. I now have this one hanging on my wall. Fused applique and blanket stitch. Then I quilted it on my Qnique 15. First time trying free motion echo stitching. Good job. The stitching looks great.
So this is the first place Chick Decor Swallows in September by Heidi Lanes. This is my absolute favorite quilt out of everything. This small wall hanging is my first. It is a China Aster September's flower drawn on silk, painted and traputo the flower. Each swallow was individually drawn, painted, and appliqued onto the flower. Each heart is a sapphire, the gem of September. One represents my husband, who I lost 3 years ago in September. The other, my daughter, who was born in September. I love swallows. She is so talented as an artist, as well as a quilter. She took so much time, both in creating the drawing and painting on the silk, and then taking it to another level and including it with quilting. This is just amazing. It is absolutely my favorite quilt.
Oh, I love it too. I really love, number one, I'm biased because my birthday's in September. So of course I'm a little biased towards it, but I really like this quilt. And I love that they're muted tones, but they all stand out against the black.
They do.
So that is so good. I am so happy with this. It looks amazing and definitely deserves first place.
Yeah.
Okay, up and coming designers. Remember that this is for those who have been quilting for less than 5 years. I would fall in this category, I just realized.
Same here.
Yeah, goodness. But these are awesome. Quilting less than 5 years it's a learning curve. Quilting is a learning curve, and I'm really excited to see these quilts, though I have already, but I'm excited to talk about them. So the up and coming designers, third place winner, Ethan's quilt. From first look, I love it already. This is by Terry Bell. She said it's a very easy quilt, which it doesn't look like it, but great job. There's only 2 blocks in this quilt, and each block has a Y seam, but not hard to do at all for 2 years novice. That's amazing. You say that it's not that hard to do for a 2 years novice, but Y seams are a little bit of my enemy at the moment. I need to get a lot better at them before I start doing another quilt like that. But it looks amazing. The colors are great, and the fabric looks absolutely fantastic. Congrats.
Awesome.
Good job. Okay, so our second place winner in up and coming designers is Aurora by Katie Kelly. This Mariner's Compass quilt was done in cool colors for family as decor for their sailboat. Besides being my grandmother's middle name, the name Aurora alludes to the colorful lights commonly seen in the sky during the winter. I wanted the quilt to evoke all things northerly in both design and color scheme. The outer border echoes the inner motif in the quilting with the repeating compass motif. Great job. It's a beautiful quilt. I love the colors, and
So vibrant.
definitely has an Arctic vibe.
Yes, it does. So the up and coming designer's first place is Rainbow Strip Quilt, or the Rainbow Film Strip, sorry, Mandy Cornegay. I drew inspiration from Bargello quilts and used a rainbow jelly roll to create what looks like film strip. This was so simple yet colorful and fun to make. I love the rainbow colors. It's vibrant against the black. It is awesome. I love the fact that she used jelly rolls. It's sometimes hard to know what to do with them, I think, and the fact that she was able to incorporate it in this quilt is awesome. She definitely deserves first place.
So good. So amazing. Okay, home-based quilters. This is our last category for our audience pick. And this is just miscellaneous. So if you found a quilt that did not fit, or you made a quilt that did not fit within those categories, this is the one you would do. And I love, love, love this first quilt. This looks awesome. The colors are great. I'm really hoping that I'm seeing this right, but it is a peacock, correct?
It looks like one to me.
Okay, hopefully I'm seeing it right. If it's not, I'm so sorry, but it looks amazing and so much detail in it, and I'm very much in love. So this is called Peacock Frenzy. Oh, I probably should have just read the name. Guys, it's been a long day. I've already been on here once. We're getting through it day by day. Okay, well, sorry. We will go and let's read this. It's by Robin Anderson. 2.5-inch squares sewn around the panel, quilting with stippling. Great job. So awesome. Congrats.
It's beautiful coloring. It's very beautiful.
Okay. Our second place winner for home-based quilters is Ragged Old Flag by Nancy Fisher. My very first quilt. I had no idea what I was doing, but I loved the process and now I'm hooked. I love this quilt. I love the design and kind of the glitchy look of it. I like it.
I love the patrioticness of it. It's awesome. So for first place for the home-based quilters is Tequila Lime.
Love the name. Love the name.
By Melanie Connell Harville. I pieced and quilted this while recovering from breast cancer and a double mastectomy. It took a lot of time, but kept me focused on finishing my quilt and seeing the final result. You definitely hit it out of the park. Being able to do this while you're recovering is amazing in itself, but the colors and the ability to quilt this is just unbelievable. You definitely put your heart and soul in this, and I just want to congratulate you, and you definitely earned first place for our home-based quilters category.
So amazing. I love it. So now we're going into our best of show. The best of show is super fun for me because I like seeing all the little critiques by our judges on why it was picked. Because with the audience picks, we don't get to see why they picked it. Maybe they love the colors, maybe they liked just the quilting on it. So this is really fun for me. So for the best of show, let's look at our judges.
Yeah. Okay, so we've got 6 different judges here. We've got Marie Bard Curtis judging modern tricks. Marie Bard Curtis has some awesome QCT tutorials. Traditional Treats by Jennifer Gaston. Quilted Couture was judged by Megan Groves, and Christina Schoaf judged Chic Decor. Up and Coming Designers was judged by Jamie Horn, and our home-based quilters category was judged by April Story.
So judging considerations were, the categories that were covered were visually appealing, overall design, creativity, color choices, engaging, and category.
Okay, so for this first category, we have the modern tricks, best of show. Remember that these winners get a $500 prize. So that's awesome. So cool. Maria Bard Curtis chose Work-Life Chemistry by Maya Hunt. I said that right? Yep. Correct? Oh, goodness. Sometimes I really butcher names and I really don't want to do that here. So this quilt looks amazing. Let's see what she has to say about it. She said this quilt incorporated traditional scientific imagery in contemporary quilting style. Its charm lies in the delightful combination of contrast, minimalist design, and vibrant traditional shapes set against soothing neutral colored blocks, which create a secondary design. The simple straight lines and gentle curves in the quilting not only provide stability, but also lend a sense of graceful movement to the whole piece. I think Marie really encaptured everything that's amazing about this quilt. Yeah. I like how she also complimented just the quilting as well as not just the piecing. And it looks so good and it's different. I don't know if I've ever seen a quilt that is similar to this. So I think that this one is perfect and it really grasps the idea of your modern tricks. So congrats, Maya Hunt. You did amazing.
It's awesome.
Okay. Our next category, traditional treats, best of show. Our winner is The Garden of Memories by Lenita Knock. Jennifer Gaston says, I felt this quilt was similar to a Baltimore album, but original in the use of her father's shirts. The colors are beautiful and balanced, and the quilt just had a beautiful personality. This is definitely a great quilt, very traditional, but still a lot to it.
I think it's crazy that she used her father's shirts for this.
Oh yeah.
And it ties into our theme.
Yes, it does. Definitely
that's
does.
so amazing. I don't know if that was intentional, but I think it was great.
Definitely met the theme.
Yeah.
So it's awesome. So Quilted Couture Best of Show is the Hope Quilt Coat by Kylie Minna Johnson. And Megan Groves says that there's a unique use of color and pattern in this coat. Additionally, this quilter showcased skills in garment construction and piecing. The banner and attention to detail stitching around Hope is especially fetching. I think we all really want hope in our lives, and what she's done here is just beautiful. And the color choices that she's had just does bring out that energy, I think. Yeah. And
it's very vibrant.
Yeah, it makes it pop. Love it. It's very modern.
So congratulations.
Okay, we are next on to our chic decor. Best of show winner, Chrissy, says that she chose this quilt because of how amazing and unique it is. This is Harriet Tubman by Kim Rossiner. Chrissy also says, I love how cross-stitching was used to create the face and the hands, and how well done the hand piece stitches throughout the quilt was executed. The colors in the background fit the overall piece. This is amazing.
This is a wonderful piece of art.
Yes.
Yeah, I am in awe right now. I really love this. I wish I could see it in a closer look, but it looks so amazing. And the quilting behind the eye catcher is so prominent to detail, and it takes in, I love the colors that you used. I loved how you used the blue and the yellow on the opposite of the color wheel. Yeah. So it really makes everything pop with that. And I think this is a really powerful quilt as well.
Awesome. Okay.
Ooh,
okay.
We got a double winner.
Yeah. So we've got another winner here, up and coming designers best of show, Ethan's Quilt by Terry Bell. You've seen it before, but Jamie Horn says for this one, I love that Terry was not afraid to try Y seams and discovered that they're not that hard. The quilting is striking with only a few fabrics and only 2 blocks. Yeah, and another acknowledgement on trying something new and doing an amazing job.
And going for it, yeah. Not being afraid to try things.
Yeah,
for sure.
It's awesome.
Congrats on being our double winner.
Yes. Okay, so for our best of show for our base quilters is Bear in the Snow by Heidi Lanes. This is awesome. April's story says the incredible talent that went into this quilt is amazing. Not just one artistic element, but several. Hand-painted bear on the quilt, thread painting, and quilting. This quilt is visually stimulating and filled with such artistry. So this is another one from Heidi Lane's, and she draws, paints, and quilts her designs, and I love the things that she does with her artistry, and
They're beautiful.
They're beautiful.
As illustrations, and then to know that they're quilts, that it's just another element to it.
Yes, yes. So
Complete standout.
yes, awesome.
Okay, so for our quilt showcase and community quilt giveaways, for those who don't know, we actually do a little raffle for everyone who has entered into this quilt showcase for a prize. So it's a little raffle, it's a random giveaway. This has not been chosen by judges or anything, it's completely random. And so we are gonna look at that. And then our community quilt giveaways, we have community blocks that people have also submitted. So we have winners for both of those options. So for the quilt showcase, let's look at this giveaway winner. Also amazing that it's a $500 company gift card. So amazing, so cool. And this is Steps from Home by Jean Garcia. I love this. I don't even know how it wasn't in the other winners. So that just shows how amazing and how many quilts and quilt blocks and everything is out there. That is so cool. So the description is these are quilted sneakers, and they were made for an art installation at Denver International Airport. I wanted to capture the idea of taking a little bit of home with me when I travel. I love that idea. Comfortable travel shoes are a necessity for me. So these were made in the style of my favorite type of sneaker. Shoe panels were hand sewn to the soles. That's amazing. Thank you so much for entering and letting us be able to see this. This makes my mind, it just boggles my mind that this can be created and how many talented people there are, and that you get to share this with us.
Awesome.
I just tried to make a pair of slippers that were quilted and it didn't work. So it's amazing that you can make a pair of shoes.
Yeah, for sure.
Awesome.
Okay, and then we have our next giveaway, and this is a cutie frame winner. So that's really exciting.
That is, it's awesome.
So, Lori, let's have you read it.
Okay, community quilt block giveaway winner is Magic Boxes by Brenda Murphy. Made using the strip tube ruler. And she gets the cutie frame. And it's just awesome. The colors in this quilt and the material that she used just really is so patriotic to me and very complimentary to each other.
Yeah. Congratulations. You're really going to enjoy the cutie frame as well.
Absolutely. You can put it anywhere.
Yeah.
It's so nice.
It's going to make quilting so much easier for you. So now that we are done with our little PowerPoint that we had made for you, we are actually going to look at our website. We're going to go through some of the community blocks for those who didn't win and just take a look at them, because it's not enough to just mention only one. We have to look at them all because they are so amazing. So I am really happy with the turnout of how many people came in and wanted to join this. This is such a fun community thing. I love how everyone can comment and like these. It's
So you should definitely go and check some of these out and make comments as well.
Ooh, I want to look at that shine one a little bit closer. If we can click on that shine block.
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, this is part of my calendar quilt. That's interesting. That's so fun.
I'd be excited to see what the whole quilt is.
I know.
Maybe for spring fling.
Yes, please submit it for spring fling. I will be searching for it. Anita Tosser, I will be looking for it. So don't forget to submit that quilt. Okay, let's keep looking at them. These are so intricate. They look amazing. And I also want to give out a shout out to all those who are watching and those who are congratulating this is such a wonderful place to go and just get a little bit of inspiration, a little bit of hope when you're quilting. I love these. I love the Frankenstein.
Yeah.
That one's super fun.
Love Halloween.
I love Halloween.
Yeah.
One of my favorite holidays, for sure. The lion right there is super fun.
Oh my goodness, that is super detailed.
Yeah. Oh, I love the comments on it. It's called the lion block, which very much fits. She says this is her first try at FPP.
Foundation paper piecing.
Foundation paper piecing. I knew the paper piecing part. I didn't know the F. That's why we have Amanda. She knows all. But
And paper piecing's so fun, isn't it?
I've been showing Lori how to do it. Not that I know much myself.
We've been having so much fun on it.
Yeah. I'm so sad that our fall festival is coming to a close, but thank you guys all for coming out and for joining us. We are gonna have a live coming up. It's gonna be done and we'll have some amazing giveaways during that, and it'll just be a real quick wrap up of everything that we've seen. Make sure to go and check out our deals. Make sure to look at those quilts still. It's amazing that we have those out, and we are so happy. Again, this is the education team, and we are so happy with Fall Festival, how it turned out. Thank you for joining, everyone.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody.
Hey.
Oh, I am Mark Martin, and I'm with...
Catherine Burrell.
Last time I said that, the person next to me, that was pretty funny if you guys were watching. But yeah, Kathy, it's good to be with you.
Thanks. This is my second time on live and I'm loving it.
Yeah, we're breaking her in
Yeah.
slowly. So,
Yep.
well, thank you, everybody, for joining our 4-day event for Quilt Festival. So, man, it's been amazing.
Yes.
Today is the last day. I mean, I am sad.
I'm sad too. I've had so fun watching all of the different segments and learning so much, and today's been amazing. It's been
Hasn't
so
been
fun.
amazing? Yes. So as we wrap it up, I know there were a lot of great videos out there. So I'm interested to know, what was your best video and why? What do you like watching? I know, I was watching the hat one.
Yeah,
From Eric, you know?
that was cool.
Oh my gosh, making the hats.
I thought at first it was a scrub hat because I come from the medical field area, and then he puts a brim on it,
Yeah.
and it turns into a hat,
Yeah.
a trucker's hat.
Yeah, and,
So
then,
nice.
and then the shoes.
Yeah.
So go ahead and put in there. Yeah, Sandra liked the trucker hat as well.
Yep.
Continue to put in there, what was your favorite thing so far in these 4 days? What did you like and why did you like it? What about it? I mean, and did you try new things? Have you learned new things? Because a lot of those wonderful ambassadors, quilters, just amazing. The Cathedral, that was a good one. Yeah,
Yeah.
fun fit. Yeah, it's been
Hat
fun.
and shoes.
The hat, the shoes.
Oh, I see the tote. The tote that
the
they
tote
showed
one.
just, that was gorgeous. And I'm a bag lady. I have bags in bags, just in case I need a bag.
Bags
so
and bags?
I'm like, I do. I have lots of bags. So I loved that bag. I could add it to my collection.
And they keep coming in. Yeah, the quilted shoes. Keep bringing them in. Yeah, the quilted shoes was my favorite.
Yeah. The memory quilt by Carla.
Oh,
Loved
that was a good one.
Yeah, those were great. Justice
so talented. The turtle, the Cathedral, so many talented people out there. It's just amazing. Yeah, the denim quilts from Sandra Lee, the hat and the shoes. Those are from today. If you've been watching the entire 4 days, what has been your best overall? I mean, I know there's a lot to choose from, but what was your best from the other shows and why? So we're going to bring those comments in too if you watched any of the other segments from our machines to frames or just from these building. Denise, the windows, much less intimidating now. That's good. I think that's what comes from these is you feel now more comfortable doing. Yeah,
you're like, I can do that. And then you pick up a few good tips and tricks and you're going.
It definitely makes you feel like nothing's impossible, right?
True.
Like, hey, I can do that.
Yeah.
If that person can do it, I can do it. Not to say anything about that person, right? But like, hey, this is very doable.
Yeah.
Janet really had a great variety of choices for a variety of quilting interests.
Yes,
that's
that is
good.
true.
That's what we try to do is have enough out there that would
that at least you get interested in one or all.
Yep. The quilted shoes rock. Yes.
Cathedral tote. Always wanted to do a cathedral quilt. This gave me inspiration. It's time to get started.
Yep. Sanders Lee, denim.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still in love with the multiple denim items from Marianne Fox.
Yep. Angela Engelbert, love the wrap dress. I did as well.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's
you gonna make one?
Maybe.
Yep, I think it was day
two.
I think, yeah.
Possibly, yeah.
The Rebel demo.
Yes, are
looks
you
amazing.
all excited?
I'll tell you,
We're
it is
excited.
amazing.
It is.
Yeah, it looks and is amazing.
It really is. It's so fun to use, yeah.
I actually like seeing
the products.
Yeah.
So do I. That's what we love.
And that's what we'll go over in this segment too.
Yeah.
Are all the deals, where you can buy them.
Yep.
So it's just amazing. If you have all those wonderful ideas and thoughts, continue to bring them forward. But great event, 4 days. It's come and gone, and now Kathy and I get to close it up. I hope everybody has had as much fun as we've had making these videos and being and participating, because it's been a blast. I tell you, quilting as a hobby, when you look at all the frames, all the machines, everything you can do with them too, from piecing to making bags, shoes, totes, hats, dresses,
jackets.
Yeah. Everything. It's just amazing what this hobby can do. And so, as Grace Company, that's what we love, bringing these products out so you can continue your hobby in such a way that you feel comfortable, feel enthusiastic about what you're doing, and making stuff for your loved ones. I think that's way important, is when you have loved ones.
True.
I love the giveaway we did, the Grace story, or the Grace, I forget what it's called, the Grace,
the Quilter.
Well, the Grace story where Justice and those guys went
the memory
to,
quilt.
And gave the 21X Elite and the Evolution
Oh,
Elite.
yeah.
That is amazing. You know, if that didn't bring a tear to your eye, I don't know what will, because that was amazing.
Right, and I love how all of you feel like this hobby or this passion that you have is your way of giving joy to people. I hear every day, all day long on the phone, this is the way I give love, this is the way I show joy. I love hearing that. I love it.
Yes. Well, in this segment, we'll not only talk about all the deals, but we have our main big giveaway.
I'm so excited.
Yes. So stay with us to see if you won our big giveaway. Do you know what our giveaway is?
I do.
Yeah.
It is.
Without looking?
Yeah.
Oh.
I researched in advance for this 21X Elite.
Okay.
With an Evolution frame. I don't remember which size, but the Evolution Elite frame. QCT Pro. It's a big package.
think there was one other thing.
There is one other thing. And I have to look because I forgot. Yes.
Ah, the light bar.
Nice job.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So that's amazing. So yeah, one big giveaway. So stay with us because that will come at the end of the segment.
Keep watching.
And then you got another whole year till October till we do this again.
Oh, but before that, we'll have Spring Fling coming up. Yeah.
Houston. So a lot of things. So
yep.
So our theme, since you're so good about what our giveaway was, do you know what our theme is?
It is quilting in style or something to that effect.
Yeah.
Quilting in style.
Yeah. Good job.
Yeah.
And see,
I have to make sure. Quilting in style.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. She's gonna come on more. She's so amazing. So good job, Kathy.
Thank you.
Yeah, so our theme is quilting in style, and that's exactly what we've been seeing. Not only from the quilt blocks to all the amazing winners. You know, the panel before us is talking about all the quilts that were submitted and why they're submitted, but everything is just in style.
Yeah.
You know, and it's just getting better and better.
Yeah, absolutely. And the amount of quilts and blocks and fashion items that came in for our show for education that just went through them. There were so many and they were so good.
Yes.
So proud of all you guys.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
Very proud.
Yeah,
You should be
proud to call you Grace Company family.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's all big, one happy family.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what else is awesome? All the pre-order Little Rebels.
Yes.
It's been amazing.
It's been fun.
Now, yes, if you've been pre-ordering and you're like, I haven't been able to touch it, I touched it for you.
Yes.
We used it for you, and we can say for you how amazing
It's awesome.
this Little Rebel is. My wife has it in home, you know, one of the ones that we're testing. And I'm glad we're doing this because, you know, we want to make sure that we have a really good product that comes to the market.
Yep.
And so we had a lot of people be able to use them. And I just have to say, fast. If you're looking for fast, this is fast. M-class bobbin. Stitch regulation built in, large throw, big, I mean, the whole thing just screams excitement.
Can I tell you how easy it is to go from sewing to quilting? I mean, that was a first for us, right? A first for all of us to have the machine that does both and to change out that foot and go from sewing to quilting, so easy.
Did you have to go to college to get a degree for that?
No.
Wow.
No, I did not.
Yeah, so that's just how simple it is. So Little Rebel pre-orders. Oh, geez, I want to say we have over 700 on pre-orders. So if you have one on pre-order, thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, look at the price, $24.99. This is for bundle 1. So if you have it on pre-order, thank you, and we will be shipping them out here shortly. In November, we're going to start shipping them out.
We're so excited.
Yes, very excited. So we'll start shipping them. This one right here, the Little Rebel Bundle 1, the Little Rebellion with the machine, and you can also get it with QCT6. Now, QCT6, I am really excited about this one.
I am too. When I first started, I tried QCT5 Pro. I was a new beginner for quilting. It was a little bit scary and intimidating. QCT6, so easy to use.
Yeah.
I mean, a beginner can do it and do a beautiful quilt, edge to edge.
And what I also love about the QCT6 is the cost. You know, automation in general.
Yeah.
We're talking $10,000, $15,000 to computerize your system. And the computerized your system, it's becoming more and more and more popular.
Yeah.
And we want to be able to have a budget for everybody. And you can see even our top of the line, the QCT6 Pro, our top of the line, 30% off,
such a good price.
$52.49. Now this is our Pro software where you can create your own patterns, you can save, you can import, edge to edge quilting. So there is so much you can do with our automation. Our Plus, our basic QCT6, and that's our new one, and that's what I really love is you can get automated system to add with the Qnique machines for only $24.49.
Such a good price.
Yeah, edge to edge. So we're looking at taking one image, continuous line all the way to the other side. That is just really amazing. So if you've been thinking about getting automation, you know, we've been having this 30% off now. Now's the time to do it, especially that QCT6. And we are starting to ship those. So if you have it in, they started shipping. No, they started shipping yesterday.
Oh, even better. Some people are going to be getting them.
Surprise. Yeah, started yesterday.
Yes.
So the automation, can't stress enough how like just how amazing there's a system out there for your basic, if you want plus, if you want pro. So just amazing. But we'll get into more about our deals. But the Little Rebel pre-order over 700.
Yay.
So
yay. And come join the party. Get yours on order.
Yes.
Before that great pricing is gone.
And if you have QCT5 beginnings or pro, you can update to the
QCT6.
About November 16th is when you can look for that update. So be ready for that.
Yep.
But this one, bundle 2, the Little Rebel bundle 2.
So this one is your Little Rebel with the merch bundle, which is super fun. It has the HBQ bag, the ruler, the True Grips, the mug, and then of course that limited edition comfort cutter. And then 4 rolls of thread in the colors that match that Little Rebel.
That's right. This is shaking up this. I love the names, by the way.
They're so fun.
Shaking up the system. So if you want to shake up your system, this is what you want to get. But if you want to be full on anarchy, I love that name, by the way. If you want to be one of those people,
you do.
Full on, you do,
you
right? $31.89. So this is an amazing deal. Amazing deal. Why is it amazing? I'm glad you asked. Let me tell you why this is amazing. You get not only Little Rebel, which we have, again, over 700 on pre-order, but you get our new Cutie Breeze.
Oh, and this frame, you guys. Everything you love about the Cutie, and just a little bit upgraded. Yeah.
Yeah. Upgrade to make it even a better experience
easier
for the
to
quilters.
use.
Yeah, and you can see the handles over the top. But not only do you get the Cutie Breeze, not only do you get the Little Rebel, but you could also get the merch bundle that comes with that package too, with it as well. So you get the whole shebang.
And then look at this pricing. If you add that QCT6,
under
you'll
5,000.
have a whole system, your machine, your frame, your automation, all the extra perks in the merch bundle, all for under $5,000.
That's right.
Yeah.
Now I know the quilters as well are multitaskers.
Yes.
Right? You would like to multitask.
Yeah.
With having the automation and you have another quilt you got a piece, get that going, hit play, let it start quilting while you go and cut out your next project. Anyway, just saying about that.
And one more thing, Mark, with the shaking up the system and the full-on anarchy, we're offering free shipping for those. Yes, I know.
Almost fell out of my seat there. So
we can't forget about the free shipping.
Free shipping. So yes, we have amazing deals. We just talked about the Little Rebel, free shipping on those packages.
Yep.
With automation. Again, that last one, the full and anarchy with the automation, $5,000. That's one. Now keep in mind as well, we have wonderful dealers.
Yes, we
Our
do.
dealers are all over the place. We love to support them. I know you love to support your local dealers too. So these deals, like these Q-Zone frames we'll talk about, the Little Rebel, all these deals we're talking about, you can get these through your dealers as well.
Yep, the dealers are there to help you, support you, answer any questions you might have. We love our dealers. We support our dealers. Find one near you. And order your package.
Yep. So the frame you saw before, the Q-Zone hoop, so these are all frames that you have your packages with. If we can go back to the Q-Zone hoops, I just want to mention something. Look at those prices. So these are Q-Zone frames. So the one on the left, the one for $8.89 is a hoop frame.
Yes.
You can do king size or smaller on that frame.
Yes.
King size quilts. And this one does have legs, so you need to have room for it. Wherever you want to put it, you need to make sure you have room for 4.5 foot for this frame. The Q-Zone Queen is our queen frame, and you can do queen size quilts for $1,089. So wonderful prices. Let's go on to the next one. We were talking about the Quilters Evolution.
Now this is our newest frame. Yes.
What I love about the Evolution hoop, Kathy, is it's not only a hoop where you can do king size, queen size, any size,
crib size,
any size you want to do on that. But it also has the advantage of rolling rail system. So even though it's a hoop frame, if you want to do a crib or a baby, you can just roll it on like a normal rolling rail and have that better experience.
Well, and I love the name Evolution, that it describes the frames perfectly. You can start with that hoop frame, and when you're ready to move on to a rolling frame, you just buy the upgrade package and switch it over to an elite frame.
I love that. That's a great way to put that.
Exactly.
And then the Evolution Elite frame, this is our top line frame, normally $4,500, on sale for $3,200. This is our professional frame is what I call it, but you don't have to be professional to use it. It comes with 3 rails. You have the option for idler bar, batting bar, very robust, easy to use, just fantastic king size. You can do that king, queen, or California king, 12 foot. Now the cutie frame. This has been our #1 selling frame since we brought out with it about 36 months ago.
Such a great frame.
Yeah,
so
do the math
easy.
on that. 36 months. How many years is that?
That's 3 years.
Oh,
yeah.
There you go. So 36 months, $579 for this cutie frame. However, you want to tell them the good deal about this?
I want to tell them.
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
I was leaving for this to you.
Now, you guys,
yes,
you'll never hear this price again.
everybody be sitting down.
Okay. We are offering this frame, this cutie tabletop fabric frame, for $499.
That's right. That's right. So
Yep.
$499. So you
Yep.
saw the previous price at $479. So you can get
Yep.
that cutie for $499, just like
Yeah.
Kathy said. And again, these prices are through our dealers. And so if you
Yep.
call your dealer up and they still have a $579, say, you know what, we know that it's $499, and that dealer would get it for you for $499. Contact them. You can go to our
Yep.
website. We have a wonderful dealer locator.
We
Easy
do.
to find your local dealers, but $499 on the cutie. So if you've been dreaming about any of these deals,
Yeah.
from the automation to any of our frames, we have our frames on sale often because we have a lot of our older frames that we want you to upgrade.
We do.
Get into the latest, get into the newest.
Into the
One, we have a lot of support. We still support some of our older frames, but not as much as we used to. So you want to get in those to the newer frames. So that's why we have those on sale.
Yeah, I mean, every time we get a new frame, we manufacture it a little differently. We engineer it a little more sturdy, so
Yeah.
it's kind of nice to get into the newer frames.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay, 20% off the unique rear handles. Now this is the 16X, the 19X, and the Elites version. So our X and Elites, these are rear handles. Screen on the back. If you're looking to do pantographs, just a great accessory.
This is something I've never seen on sale here in the year I've worked here.
Really?
Yes, the first time I've seen it on sale. So if you've been thinking about doing those pantographs from the rear, now's the time to get those rear handles.
If that's true, then this is
Yeah.
probably the first time a lot of these viewers
It's
are seeing this on
true.
sale. So like
Yeah.
Kathy said, if you've been watching or wanting, now's the time to get the rear handles.
Yes.
We have a lot more sales going on. That's
do.
what we love about the last segment is you got to watch all those beautiful stories and quilts,
Yeah.
and then we come in and
We're like,
bam, we
"Look
throw
what's
in all
on
these
sale."
sales. Yes. So let's look at our 16 series machines. So we call this a series because we have our M, our X, and our Elite.
Yes.
What are the differences between
Well,
these?
we have a couple of differences. The manual is going to be without the stitch regulation. So it's for you doing your free motion quilting, someone that just wants to do their own work and go the slow or as fast as they want, doing their own stitch regulation. The 16X gives you that stitch regulation on there, has a 2.4-inch touchscreen on it. Little bit easier to use the stitch regulation. I'm going to be honest with you, for a new beginner like me. And then for someone my age, I like the 16X Elite because it
screen.
has a 7-inch screen. Yes, it's easier to see for me.
You're young.
I am young,
Yeah.
but my eyes don't think so.
Oh.
Yeah, they've been going the last couple of
There
years.
you go. Yes, the
Yeah.
Elite. So now they're large screen. So yes, wonderful machines. You can see the prices. So if you've been looking at our prices, look at this: $5,000 for our 16X Elite, all the way down up to $6,500. So
Such a good price.
okay, now let's go on to our other machines. We have our 19 series and our 21. So again, these machines, stitch regulation
Yes.
built in. You have the larger screens on the Elites. You have the little smaller screen on the X's.
Yep.
But you have the regulation built in all of these. And so if you're looking to upgrading from a smaller machine, now's the time to get a very easy to use,
Yes.
friendly machine that's stitch regulation. So you can't go wrong. Even look at that, our 21X Elite, normally $11,500, on sale for $8,500. You can get
Unbelievable
a
price.
21-inch Grace quilting machine, stitch regulation. So wonderful prices. Again,
Yes.
contact your dealers near you. You can go on the website as well. We have a lot of dealers to our website. Or you can go to our website too to check them out at www.graceframe.com. But 20% off TrueCut products.
All
TrueCut.
TrueCut. Yep.
TrueCut. This is an easier, it is safer, and is more
Mm-hmm.
accurate cutting system. If you heard about TrueCut, if you haven't heard about TrueCut, Look into it. We love the TrueCut products from keeping you. There was a segment on the TrueCut showing how easy and safe it was.
Yes.
So you can see that tracking guide system keeps you cutting straight. So you can't go wrong with any of our TrueCut product.
Yeah.
Pick them up. If you want an ergonomic cutter, a true ergonomic cutter,
yes.
Look at our comfort cutters. Anyway, all the TrueCut
Favorite
products.
product.
Yes.
Love the comfort cutter.
Okay. I think that may be all of our sales. So that's a lot.
So many.
Oh my gosh, a lot of sales. However, before we get into reading the story, let's do a couple of giveaways because we've done every segment. So we have 3 giveaways we want to give. So why I spin this, I'm going to have do you have a question you want to think about?
Well, what is the difference between the 19X and the 19X Elite machine?
There you go, good question.
Yeah.
So what is the difference? And there's a lot of differences. So
we'll
go ahead and put on, we'll be lenient on what some of those are, but the 19X and the 19X Elite, go ahead and what are the difference is, or a difference between the two of those.
And we'll I see some answers coming in here.
Yes. So let them populate in here, and we'll go ahead and get, really there's no wrong answer because there's several differences that you can point out to that one.
All right, what are they going to win, Mark? We've got a white ball.
We've got a white ball. So what we want to do, let's go ahead and, since we're just kind of talking about our TrueCut, let's go ahead and do our 45 millimeter comfort cutter. This is our ergonomic cutter.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and give that one away. This is retail value at $33. So let's go ahead and get the winner of this one. Congratulations. So screen size.
Yep, screen size is definitely a difference. That's Elevated Crafts. Congratulations.
Yes. So let's go ahead and we'll do from another platform here. And we have a green one.
All right. So what's your question?
Oh, it's the same. We're going to
same question. You're right. Okay.
So the green. Go ahead and what's one of those you want to give on the green?
So I think I want to do the triangle ruler bundle. I really like this one. So there we go.
So this one gives you three triangle rulers and some True Grips on the back of those. Great product.
Love those.
$65.80 price for free. And the winner is on this one, the larger screen.
Yes, Carol Grubbs.
They're noticing that right off the bat.
Congratulations.
Good job, Carol. Okay.
Maybe they have the same eye problem as I do.
They probably do. Okay, one more, and lucky blue. Okay, for this one, you know what? We're going to keep with the ruler bundle here, and we're going to do the square ruler bundle. The square ruler bundle for this one, you get our the 6.5, 9.5, and 12.5 square with True Grips. $63.80 on the total value, and the winner of this bundle is Angela from our platform, Grace platform. So congratulations. Okay, I love doing giveaways. I also love our story.
I do. Okay,
Are your eyes good enough that?
I brought my glasses because last time I read the HBQ story, I only got halfway through it before I couldn't see anymore.
Let's go ahead and get that story.
All right. So our story today is from Amy from Glenwood, Utah. My mother tried to teach me to sew. However, I was a poor student. I had a wonderful sewing teacher when I was a freshman at Sequoia High School in Redwood City. Mrs. Wu taught us the correct way to piece together an outfit. Well, I took to fabric and sewing machines right off. When you sew, you typically have many leftover pieces, which is true. I kept them all. Mom helped me paper piece a quilt in 1973 using newspapers for the paper. That's how she learned. I eventually wore that quilt out. As my children came along, I began sewing them quilts for their beds. As I always had pieces of fabric, I fell in love with the scrappy projects. I became a prolific quilter, so I had to learn how to do my own quilting, my own machine quilting in order to keep creating. In July 2011, I purchased the Grace Start Right frame to use my Brother PQ 1500 on. It is not computerized, nor does it have a channel lock. There is a laser attachment so I can do panographs. I don't have precision stitch regulation, so I learned to machine quilt at a pretty swift speed. So no matter where you are on your creative journey, never give up. Look at any mistakes as design changes and just love what you are doing.
Yeah.
I love that.
I love that story. I love that she first bought a frame in 2011. A lot of scraps, 1500 on that. So she is doing her thing and the journey.
And enjoying it,
enjoying it. All right, thank you for reading that. Now, before we get on to the main prize, there's a couple things that we just want to bring up.
Yep.
One is scammers.
Yeah.
You know, as we do these types of videos, just look out and be aware. There's a lot of scammers going on. So yeah, watch out for those scammers because they are out to get you. Just make sure our website is legit website and everything that we're doing on that one. Also, leave a review.
Yes.
You know, please leave a review. You can go to our website. It talks about where you can leave a review and put it on if you have product.
Yeah.
As well as leave a review for these types of events. Just
Let us know what you like.
We want to know.
We want to hear what you want to see more of, what kind of products you're loving and why.
That's a good
You
one.
know?
Just, go on there and leave a review. Donate.
Donate.
Where can
Yes.
they donate? What is it to?
Loose threads, loose ends, looseensproject.org.
Yes.
So if you have something to donate to them, if you want to be someone that helps them, they will have anyone help them. They'll take all the help they can get. Just go ahead and visit looseensproject.org for information on that.
That's right.
Yeah.
And then talk about us on social media. Use social media platform. We're on there a lot. You know, feel free to reach out to your loved ones. Just you know, use the social media. You know, Instagram at Grace Company Quilting.
Yep.
We also have YouTube, the Grace Company. We also have Facebook, Grace Company. We also have
TikTok. It's our favorite.
TikTok.
Grace Company.
Yep. And we also have
Twitter. Quilting Grace.
Yep. And I think Pinterest. Grace Company Quilting. And
Threads,
Grace
the new
Company
one.
Quilting. So there are lots. So please, follow us. Go on there, chime in, and be a part of it on social media. Now we played a lot of part 1 videos.
We did.
A lot. Where can they watch part 2?
They can watch part 2 on the Etched platform.
Yes.
I'm going there right after this so I can finish the shoe video. I want to see how they turn out.
Yep.
The quilted shoes, and
There
it's
you go.
part 2 is on Etched.
And if you need to watch any of them,
Yeah.
you can go to Etched for that matter.
And we
too.
have exclusive content. So stuff you can't find on some of the other places is going to be here on Etched.
Yes, exclusive. Okay. Well, as we wrap up, again, thank you all for joining, for your comments, your participation, your love of quilting, essentially, submitting your quilts, listening to us as we talk about our deals, and then watching all the great presenters of this festival. But
it's been fun.
It's been fun.
Yes.
It's been real. It's been real fun.
Exactly.
But now the moment everybody's been waiting for. So we have a grand prize that we want to give away.
We do. A good one.
Yes, the 21X Elite.
Yes.
The Evolution Elite Frame.
Elite Frame.
And that could be the size that best fits you.
Right.
Right. The automation, and not just a automation, but our Pro.
Yes.
Our Pro automation. And the light bar. You can never get enough light.
No,
Yeah,
you
the
can't.
lights in here are probably shining off my noggin. You're probably getting blind.
I
There's never
almost
enough
brought you a
light.
hat because now that Fall Festival's over, winter's here, especially in Utah. I'm sure it'll be here tomorrow.
Yeah,
So
there
I
you
almost
go.
brought you a
Yep.
hat so you could keep it warm, but
Yeah,
I forgot.
next time. Yeah, that's okay. That's
I'll do
good.
it for winter.
Yeah. Okay. So we want to give that away.
Okay.
So are you?
I'm
Are you
ready.
ready? So
I'm
this
ready.
is. We already have, from the registration.
Yep.
So I'm going to turn this over because this is my drum roll that we're
Here we
going to
go.
do. So we're going to do a drum roll.
I'll do it
for
too.
Yeah,
I'll
ready?
make it loud.
Yes. Okay, here we go. Kathy Watkins. Oh my gosh, Kathy, if you're watching, put a woohoo in the comment.
We want to see that you're watching.
Yes, and if you're not, that's okay.
Yep.
We'll still get it out to you. But the 21X Elite, the Evolution Frame, Luminous Light Bar, the QCT, this value is $24,199
Wow.
on the value of that we're giving away to you, Kathy. Enjoy it. Every minute of it.
Yes.
Love it. Get in there. Put designs on. Don't be intimidated.
No.
Very easy to use.
Yes.
Okay, congratulations, Kathy. Houston.
Yes.
We're going to be Houston.
We're going to
Stay
be
with
at
us.
Houston. Yep. Come visit us. Come see us. It's my first time there. I'm excited to go
Yep.
visit with all of you.
Yep. And post show, I think, will be on the 27th. So stay with us on the 27th.
Yep.
We'll be doing a post show in Houston. And then join us December 8th for our very first winter market.
That'll be fun. I'll bring your hat
Oh,
to keep your noggin warm.
Yeah. Am I
Okay.
in it?
I don't know.
I'm not seeing any head shakes. I don't know if I'm in it or not. But congratulations to Kathy. Congratulations to all of our winners. Thank you for your support.
Yes.
Thank you for all your love, your comments. We here at Grace Company love supporting you with our product, with these videos, with these deals. Our dealers, again, you can go find these deals to our dealers. So last but not least, we appreciate everything that you guys have done in the community of quilting, and take advantage of the 30% automation. Take advantage of our frame prices, our machine prices, and upgrade what you have to do your quilting and enjoy your experience much more.
Yes, and all of those receiving their QCT6 in the next week or two, enjoy it.
Enjoy it.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody. It's good talking to you, and we'll see you next time.
We'll see you later.
Thanks.
Thanks.
See ya.